Good evening. I appreciate y'all being out here tonight. We are going to, where we normally would go directly into closed session, tonight we are going to go ahead and swear in our newly elected board trustees. So can I please have Mr. Wimberly come on down, and Ms. Lowry and Ms. Henry will take care of the swearing in. Connie, he wants you to hold the Bible.
Yeah, if y'all get right in the center and face the audience.
You have to actually get near him to hold the Bible.
Okay.
Okay.
Lisa, how do you want them for your shot?
Okay, this is perfect.
Good. Trustees, if you will both raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of School Board Trustee for the Granbury Independent School District of the State of Texas, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state, so help me God. Congratulations.
At this time, if there's any family pictures that you want to take or anything, we can go ahead and do that. Mark, did you want to have a picture with Karen before we get started or anything? And then Connie, Billy and Connie, did you want to get a picture together? She's like, no, I'm fine, I'm good. Are you sure, Connie? One more chance. You're good? Okay. Well, welcome to our two new board members tonight. And at this time, we are going to reorganize the Board of Trustees. And we will we'll start by taking nominations for board president. And I would like to nominate Dr. Harrington for board president. Are there any other nominations for board president? Okay, then we will go ahead and vote for board president. Those who are in favor of Dr. Harrington for board president, please raise your hand. And it is unanimous. We are now taking nominations for board vice president.
Madam President, I'd like to nominate Barbara Townsend for vice president.
Are there any other nominations for vice president? All those in favor of Barbara Townsend for vice president, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. We are now taking nominations for secretary. I would like to nominate Courtney Gore for secretary. Are there any other nominations for secretary? All those in favor of Courtney Gore for secretary, please raise your hand. And that is 2 against, Melanie and Karen. Sorry, it's going to take me a while for getting names. And then we have 4-4, Mike. Did I not get it right?
It's just,
It's 4-2.
well, can you vote for yourself? That's the question.
Yeah, you can vote for
Okay.
yourself.
So it'd be 5-2 then.
Okay, okay. So it's 5-2. Okay, that closes all of that, and at this time, we will go into closed session. The board will now adjourn into executive session pursuant to the following sections. Section 551.074, to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of public officers or employees. And that will include staff recommendations as well as third catastrophic leave request, fourth catastrophic leave request, and a fourth catastrophic leave request. Section 551.076, deliberation regarding security devices or security audits. Section 551.072, purchase, exchange, lease, and value of real property. Section 551.071, private consult with board attorneys. The time is now 5:06.
The time is now 6 o'clock. I call this meeting of the Granbury Independent School District to order. There is a quorum present, and at this time, Mr. Moore first of all, for some of you, surprise. When we met at 5 o'clock, we swore in our new members, Mrs. Lowry and Mr. Wimberly, and we reorganized the board, and I will serve as the board president this year. Ms. Townsend nominated me, and I feel very honored to serve the people of this community, and certainly was pleased that Ms. Townsend nominated me to be the president. Mrs. Townsend will serve as vice president this year, and Mrs. Gore will serve as secretary this year. So you see us sitting a little different places here. It's because we have new folks on, and because some of us have stepped into new roles or old roles again. Having said that, if you will please join, Mr. Moore will lead us in the invocation.
Will you please pray with me? Heavenly Father, we're thankful for everybody here tonight, and we're so thankful for our teachers, our students, and our staff. And Lord, that we pray that everyone has a safe holiday coming up. Also, Lord, please help us to remember that our common goal that we have, that we're here to serve our kids. Give us guidance and wisdom that we may make the best decisions for Granbury ISD and our children. In the name of Jesus that we pray, amen.
At this time, if you will stand, Dr. Glenn will lead us in the pledges. And Dr. Glenn, will you go ahead with your report at this time?
Thank you, Madam President. First, just to make the board aware, right before we came in to our meeting at 5 o'clock, I was notified by our transportation department that bus 18, there was a medical incident with the driver. All students are good. It happened at GHS, but the driver did leave with medical attention. So just you may want to keep him in your prayers. And thoughts, again, all students are safe and at home now, but that was a scary moment for the district. Also, trustees, you have the personnel report that was presented in closed session. You also have 3 catastrophic leave reports that are in your board packet. 2 are fourth-time requests, and 1 is a third-time request, and we'll take action on those shortly. As far as the report for the month of December, I wanted to let you know that attendance and academics and safety remain our top 3 priorities as a district, and I'm happy to report that attendance is up slightly in the month of December, which is a good thing because historically you can trend downward in December, but we are setting just under 95%, so 94.69% as a district, and as you know, attendance drives so much revenue for GISD. Also, tutoring is started on a couple of campuses, but we're getting ready for a heavy push as we know that STAR testing this year is going to be more rigorous as they incorporate writing and reading. So a shout out to our campus principals and certainly our curriculum department for the hard work they do. And then safety. Had the opportunity last week with our Chief of Security, Wade Clark, to visit with John Scott, who is actually the new Chief of Security for the Texas Education Agency. And we got to visit with him a little one-on-one, and then we got to hear him report to the region at ESC 11 Service Center. And really look forward to the ideas, the innovative ideas that he's bringing to the table to make sure that safety is paramount, not only in Granbury ISD, but across the state of Texas. From there, closing out 2022 and looking forward to 2023, we will have a demographic workshop as we begin to address the growth. TEA does consider Granbury ISD to be a fast growth district. As such, we have the Templeton demographic report that was reported earlier this semester. We will begin digging into that in January. We also are going to basically host a legislative summit. So the Texas legislature will convene in the spring. I've had the opportunity to visit with both Representative Slauson and Senator Birdwell, and we look forward to getting some of the local school districts together so that we can discuss legislative priorities for public education moving into the spring. And then finally, strategic planning is well underway as we begin closing out the objectives that we had in G2025. We need to begin setting our sights on the next 5 years and what the district will look like as we move toward 2030. And finally, 2 shout-outs. The first to Cindy Leatherman, who is not here tonight, but she was nominated as an HEB Excellent Educator, so the Excellence in Education Award. So congratulations to Cindy Leatherman. 2 of my boys have had her, and she is a gem. And so shout out to her. Hopefully she's watching. And then a reminder to everybody who's here tonight that Margaret Rodriguez continues to do great work at Stars Accelerated High School. And Thursday night at 7 p.m. at Acton Baptist Church, we will hold the Fall Stars graduation. So I'm sure Margaret's out there in the audience somewhere. Margaret, thank you, and thank your staff. You do a great job, and we look forward to joining you at graduation Thursday night. Madam President, that is the December report.
Thank you, Dr. Glenn. We might be doing a little shuffling here to wait on our folks that are coming to make our presentations.
And I'll speak to that if you don't mind, Dr. Harrington. We can go ahead and take action on the staff recommendations and our catastrophic leave requests. I can tell you that Snow Garrett and KBS Law are en route. Both have been held up, one due to traffic and one due to a board meeting in another district. So at this time, we can go ahead and move forward with the action items discussed in closed session.
Do I have any motions on the actions actions taken in closed session?
Madam President, I move that we approve the staff recommendations as presented.
And I will second that.
I have a motion by Mr. Moore, a second by Mrs. Townsend to approve the staff recommendations as presented. Is there any discussion? All in favor, raise their hand. Opposed, same sign. There passes 7-0. Do I have a motion on this catastrophic leave?
Madam President, I move that we accept the staff resignations, recommendations, and, we're just doing catastrophic.
Yeah.
I move that we accept the catastrophic leave as requested.
And I'll second.
A motion by Mrs. Gore, a second by Mr. Moore. A rhyme. All those, any discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed, same sign. There being none, that passes.
Madam President, if it pleases the board, we can move into the consent agenda while we're waiting on our reports. I would like to note that if you do approve the consent agenda, you would need to pull the annual financial audit until after the report is given.
Wouldn't we be better off going and looking at the reports at the end, since we don't want to take action on anything until after we've allowed for public comment?
Emmett, are you ready to jump in there and fill a void for us?
Yes, ma'am, Madam President, I can do that.
Thank you, sir.
Board, in front of you tonight in your board book, you do have the financial statements for the month ending November 30th, 2022. If you'll look at that, your revenue collected to date equals 7.48% of the budgeted amount compared to 6.92% of the budgeted amount in 21-22. You can see that last month we did make an adjustment to our budget for the investment income, increasing that because we are going to be quite a bit higher with our short-term investments this year, and we wanted to recognize that. We will keep an eye on that because it's likely with the interest rates the way they are, we'll have to increase that again. But we'll keep an eye on that each month.
What are we getting, Mr. Emmett, on our money that we have invested?
When we talk about the investment report in a minute, the majority of our money is in Lone Star, and we're at 3.989%.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. If you'll look down to the expenditures, you can see that to date, 31.56% of the budgeted compared to 25.34% of the budget in 21-22. Some notable issues on that financials there. You can look at the Function 31, which is our counselors, and last year we did move quite a bit of those over to Idea B in that area, and you can see that our percentage is a little bit higher this year, so they were moved back in. Actually, they were moved back into the local funds. So different areas are being covered by the Idea B funds.
Because we have new members with us tonight, will you explain to them how we're funded through IDEAB?
IDAB is a special ed, a federal grant. It is a grant that Ms. Kurtzinger's department does apply for, and they do receive it. They have specific things that they have to meet based on her application, and it is federally funded on top of our state funding for that department. If you look at 32, Function 32, that person was moved into security, but it was actually budgeted in Function 32 at the first of the year, so we will be eventually moving that money out of there unless a need comes up in that function. But towards the end of the year, that will be moved to a different function. Function 34 in transportation, you can see that we're at about 46.37%, but as opposed to 36.78 last year. That's the buses that you approved last board meeting have been encumbered, so they're showing up in the transactions. And then if you'll look at 51, it went down to 44.85% as compared to 53.64% last year, and that was due to the portable moves that we did at the first of the year last year, as well as the property clearing at the Oakwoods campus. So those percentages are reflected lower this time. And you can see that our very last one, 99, that's where we pay HCAD. Last year, it was just a timing issue. This year, we paid them in November, and last year, we would have paid them in December. So it was a timing issue on that. So that is your financials, and I'll be glad to answer any questions if you have them.
Are there any questions?
It's nice to finally see the interest rates ticking up a little bit.
Yes, sir. We're going to talk about that just a little bit, too, right now.
Unless you're a mortgage lender
Oh, or a home buyer.
or a home buyer, yeah.
For our new board members, do you have anything you'd like clarified before we move on? You're good? Okay.
Okay. The next report you have in front of you, board, is our cash flow and investment report. You can see that the majority of our money is held in Lone Star, and we just talked about that a minute ago. That percentage that we're gaining on that is 3.989%. As opposed to last month, we were getting 3.250%. The other major investment that we have is in Ameritrade. That is that long-term investment that we're trying to move away from. We're liquidating that as it matures. The last liquidation on that will be January 2024, and then we'll have them all in the short-term investments where we are receiving quite a bit more interest rate. However, you can see on that report that it looks like Ameritrade has a larger percentage, and they do, but it is harder to get that money to liquidate, and it is not as accessible to us. But we are letting that mature and then moving it into the short-term and the best interest rate that we can at that point.
Again, because of our new members, will you explain to them how we have moved from short-term, long-term, short-term for the district over the years?
Yes, ma'am. A few years ago, after the last bond, they did move a majority of our money into a long-term investment because it was there for, just to gain interest. And it was gaining interest quite a bit. This last year, with the interest rates the way they were and the depreciation of that investment, it was showing a loss many months. And the short-term investment started to pick up in interest rates as the Fed raised the interest rates. So we've moved away from the long-term investment, letting those mature, and then moving those into the short-term investments to gain a little bit more interest.
Are there any questions from the board members? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, we've danced around here a bit.
And we're about 10 minutes out on both the auditors and KBS.
Then would you like to move, board members, would you like to move back to the consent agenda and pull the audit or anything else you'd like to pull out?
Madam President, the one thing I would like to pull out with consent agenda is going to the budget amendments.
All right.
And I wanted to talk about those people in our community who have donated for Granbury ISD. Donation from Acton Elementary PTO to fund the bus transportation to Camp Grady Spruce for the Acton Elementary students, $1,935. Donation from Granbury Pirate Basketball Booster Club to fund lodging expenses for Fredericksburg tournament. And then a donation from Cody Garrison at State Farm for the GISD Customer Care Award of $100. That was a total of $3,835 that was donated by our community for our students at GISD. So if you ever see the Acton Elementary PTO or the Granbury Pirate Basketball Booster Club doing a fundraiser, go ahead and help them out because they're helping out our students. And a thank you to Cody Garrison from State Farm for supporting GISD as well. That is all I have to say, Madam President.
Thank you. Anybody else want to pull anything from it, from the consent agenda? Then let us pull the A to consider the approval of the annual fiscal audit, and we will act only on items B through I. Do I have a motion?
Madam President, I move that we approve the consent agenda items as presented, with the exception of A.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
A motion by Mr. Moore, second by Ms. Gore, to approve the consent agenda items B through I. Are there any questions from anybody on the board on any of these? Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Opposed, same sign. Okay.
Lacey Brown is ready.
You want to go on to that? Derek. So that we keep the rest of the agenda basically the way it was, we'll take a brief recess. Someone watch the door. The recess will be over the minute one of them shows up. So we are in recess at 6:23. The time is now 6:32. We will reconvene and open the session. And at this time, Dr. Glenn.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, we're going to have a special report to the board on our aviation flight program. This report will be presented by Miles Bradshaw of Karshevsky, Bradshaw, and Spalding. Had a visit with Mr. Bradshaw probably a little over 2 weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago, and asked him to come in and do a special investigation into our aviation program, but specifically looking at the flight that was taken by Mr. Dawson. At that time, since he was coming in, we asked him to go ahead and move forward with a thorough investigation of everything that is aviation, from our building program to the airplane to coverages as it relates to students taking solo flights as part of obtaining their private pilot's license, as well as a thorough detailed report of the flight logs detailing in specifics who has actually been flying the district airplane as part of the flight program, which was approved by the Texas Education Agency. So at this time, I'll ask Miles Bradshaw to the podium.
Thank you, Dr. Glenn, Madam President, board members. About how long would you like me to talk about this, Dr. Glenn?
It's a pretty detailed report, and I think it's important that we go through it thoroughly. So the floor is yours for as long as you need it.
Okay. I think I can probably do it in about 10 to 15 minutes, what I'd like to, and then take any questions from board members and so on. The reports have been provided to board members, and I had intended to put together a PowerPoint. I didn't quite have enough time, but I see you've got it up there. Very helpful. First, let me just kind of tell you what I was asked to do as Dr. Glenn.
Yeah, and just
I can do it. Okay.
two points of order real quick. And yeah, I think she's, for your ability to scroll, there is an actual aviation flight review and also a log book, exhibit book that will both be posted online as part of public record when this meeting is over.
Okay. Does anybody in the back read that?
Probably not, but the trustees can see it up here.
Okay. Well, I've been talking for most of my life, so I'm just going to do most of that. As Dr. Glenn said, the scope of my assignment was to review the aviation program generally, to look at some of the legal requirements, policy requirements of the program, make sure things were moving along as they should, and more specifically to look at the aviation flight pathway of the program at the high school, and then even more specifically than that, focus in on the operation and use of the district's owned airplane, particularly with regard to the two pilots who are licensed, I was going to say this wrong, licensed PPL, I'll just say PPLs, and Mr. Dawson, who's the assistant superintendent and also involved in the program, as well as Mr. Mark Kirk, who's the aviation teacher at the high school. In the review process, I, of course, looked at background information that I found, some on my own from the district's website. I also interviewed several employees, talked to a local community member here who's very involved with the aviation program, Mr. Kevin Ross. He was very helpful in providing a lot of background information and expertise in the aviation industry. And I interviewed folks on December 6th, pretty much all day, one day here at the administration building, and then obtained documents from different folks to review the program. I can say, first and foremost, and I've been doing school law for 30 plus years. I was down at Houston ISD in-house for many years under former Secretary Rod Page, and learned a lot from him, and have learned a lot from people like you working with school districts. And I can tell you, I was impressed with the aviation program. Just to give you a little historical background for those folks who may not be that familiar with the program, the aviation itself kind of was introduced at the high school back around 2011, and it kind of went along with aviation science courses as well as aerospace engineering courses that were offered for several years until right around 2016, 2017, when students began actually building these airplanes. And how they would do that is they would get a donation from an organization, a nonprofit called Eagle's Nest Projects, who would provide all the parts to the airplane, and the kids would put it together with the assistance of again, local aviators, pilots, aerospace engineers, those types of folks. And of course, through the program, they were building these planes, and those were the aerospace engineering students at the high school that did that at first. Over the next 3 years, from kind of that time until when COVID hit in March 2020, the students there built 3 of these airplanes. And under the program, when they're finished, they give them back to Eagle's Nest Project, and the Eagle's Nest uses them for various purposes of their nonprofit. So students have a great opportunity to build the planes, and there at the high school, they were doing that for 3 years straight. And then I'd say the aviation program began to accelerate somewhat. Mr. Jimmy Dawson, he became the, I'm not going to need that. Thank you, sorry to make you fetch it. He began as the CTE director at the high school in May of 2020, and he had been principal at 2 of the middle schools for a good 16 years prior to that. Of course, he's had his pilot's license since, I want to say 1998, and so he brought that to the table with him as a CTE director. About that same time, Mr. Kirk was already in the program. He had previously taught middle school math, but he had moved over to the high school, started teaching engineering type classes, and he also had his aviation pilot's license as well. So it was a good fit to get this program really going around the time that Mr. Dawson took over in late 2020. What occurred, kind of a milestone event, if you will, the district, with the assistance of Region 11, made an application to TEA to get a very specific 4-year course offering for students, AKA the aviation program, where students could take aviation classes every year, every semester. And if they took 4 of the 6 classes offered upon graduation, they would have an endorsement for either STEM or business and industry. And so it was a big deal when the district applied to TEA for this, and it was approved by TEA. And the way they approved it was they approved any school in Region 11 that wanted to do it. It's considered a regional study program. And a regional study program is important because TEA doesn't approve them for the entire state. They don't approve them statewide, but if an area, whether it's a single school district or a group of school districts in a particular region that has a need for that type of education, they can apply to TEA to get approval of one of these programs, and that's exactly what the school district did here. That was approved in, I think, February 21. And I will say that when Mr. Dawson and Mr. Kirk were head of the program there at the high school around this time, they had a vision for this program, if you will. I think the ultimate goal was to provide, aerospace engineering, aviation education to all students, and particularly what we're talking about mostly tonight is the aviation piece of that program. And if you don't know, it can be very expensive to learn how to fly a plane. Instructors get paid $75 and up per hour. You have to have 35 hours in order to get your private pilot's license. So doing the math, you're talking $2,000 to $4,000 just to get licensed. But I think to Mr. Dawson and Mr. Kirk's credit, they both saw an opportunity that, hey, our ultimate goal here is to try to make this program available to all students. And so over the course of the next 2 years, they actually got some very good donations. They received $4,000 in total donations that were considered student scholarships that would help go toward the hourly rates that these students had to pay. In addition to that, and a fantastic donation that was received by the program was $135,000 that was earmarked to buy an airplane kit, much like they had done before. But now the district was going to own this kit. They were going to own the airplane once it was complete. And so it would, and in fact, they are almost finished building that one. I think in January they're going to be close to finishing. It's already under contract to be sold to a private individual for $160,000. So they're going to make $25,000 more than they paid for it, and then they'll in turn use that money to invest into the program. So all these things I say to say that the program has been very impressive. It's accelerated pretty quickly, I would say, in the last 19 months. And the 19-month period is kind of key because that's sort of the looking glass that I used to look, because that's the time period that the school district has owned this particular airplane. And so that was my time period that I really wanted to focus in on, and operation and use of that airplane. I don't know if I said it, the plane itself, it's a 1963 Cessna 72D, I believe is the model number. And while that sounds like a really old airplane, I've been told by industry experts that, that's not that old, and that there's lots of 60s, 70s, 80s airplanes still out there doing really well. It also had really low mileage at the time the district got it, and so it appears they got a very reasonable price for the plane of, it was $42,000. And of course I looked at when the district decided they were going to actually try to get a plane, the process they used was essentially put out a bid or a bid request to say, hey, does anybody out there have a plane, would like to sell it to the district? And they went to a lot of measures. They sent, I think it was 35 direct correspondence to aviation clubs and that kind of thing, aviation organizations, as well as some local businesses to try to get bids. Ultimately, they only got one bid. But luckily for the program, it was a good one, and it was the one that they ultimately bought for $42,000. So I think there's probably about a half a dozen particular items I want to point out that I looked at real closely and that I'll kind of focus in on. I've kind of given you now the history of the program, the background. Once they got their own plane, they housed it over at the Granbury Municipal Airport in a hangar. Cost $240 a month to rent that hangar. And the plane itself is, the hangar is locked up. It has a padlock. Only certain people, of course, have the combination of that padlock. Those in the program that are going to fly the plane or work on the plane. And the keys themselves are actually kept in the plane at all times. And that's, of course, the whole thing is locked up, so it's secure. But because there are a number of different people flying the plane at different times, it just made sense rather than have 8 sets of keys floating around out there, just keep one and keep it with the plane at all times. So of course, one of my conclusions, as I mentioned, was compliance with school bid laws. I found that everything there was fine and done exactly as it was required, and even more so. I did want to talk a little bit about the fuel and the fuel use of the plane. The fuel that these planes use is a slightly higher quality than, say, that we put in our automobiles, which is usually like an 87 octane unleaded gasoline. This is more of an aviation fuel with a 100 rating of octane, no lead fuel. It roughly costs about $5 a gallon, whereas when a regular gallon costs about $3.50. And so it is a little more expensive. The plane has a 39-gallon fuel tank. And I asked, well, what's the miles per gallon? I was just kind of curious. I had no idea what it might be. And similar to a lot of four-wheel drive pickups I see around town, it was about 10 miles to the gallon. But that sounded pretty good, really, when you thought about it, if you're going to be flying in the air. So, and the reason I looked at the gas usage, and I looked specifically at what it would cost in fuel to go from Granbury to Abilene and back. And based on the information I had, that trip would require about 20 gallons of fuel, and if it's $5 a gallon, that's about $100 of fuel for a round trip from here to Abilene. So just kind of keep that in your pocket for now. Now, one of the things that I looked at with regard to fuel, and I'll just go right into this, and then we'll move on to some other things. As probably most of you here know, there was a reporter who made a report about this, the use of the plane, and the statements were published from Mr. Dawson that indicated that he had paid for a lot of his fuel himself, and that's true. I found that to be true, but not quite what was reported. And of course, I didn't see every word that Mr. Dawson said to this reporter. I only saw what they put on the TV and the internet. And there were actually, when I looked closely, there were 3 instances over the course of this 19-month period where Mr. Dawson reached into his pocket and bought gasoline and or oil for the airplane and did not seek reimbursement for those monies. They totaled, it wasn't a huge amount, but it was, the 2 times for fuel were roughly $39 and $19. And then, of course, the oil was at a cost of about $9. So a total of roughly $66. Of course, another thing that has been reported that Mr. Dawson made a $200 donation to the school district. And I did confirm that did happen, and it did go into the aviation program in September of this year. I do want to say about the plane, in August 21, the plane was upgraded. The avionics were significantly upgraded at a cost of about $46,000. There was some paint and body work for about $7,700, and some of the navigation instruments were replaced. There were some that were outdated. And so as a result of that, and another thing I looked at was the insurance that the district has on the plane. And, initially the insured value was set at $42,000, which was the purchase price. And sure enough, once these improvements were made, the insurance policy was, upgraded or amended, if you will, to say that the insured value of the plane was now $85,000, which is what it is today. The insurance also gives a policy coverage of limits of $1 million for each occurrence, $100,000 for each person. And the way we typically analyze that in the school district world is we look at what the school district might have to pay for an injury. In most instances, school districts are not liable for personal injury and negligence type claims, but they are liable if it relates to the operation or use of a motor vehicle. Typically, that's a school bus. That's what most people think of. The good news is for school districts, there are statutory caps to those amounts that are $300,000 per occurrence, $100,000 per person, and $100,000 in property damage liability-wise. And so with those, the policy amounts are more than enough to cover anything a person could possibly recover from the district in a lawsuit from an accident. So you're covered very well there. The other part of the insurance coverage I looked at was to make sure everyone who was flying in that plane was also going to be covered under the insurance. And the insurance has what's called the pilot endorsement, where it states what pilots it will cover. And of course, as you might imagine, it's going to be someone who's licensed to fly the plane under that situation. The other thing that I had noticed is, initially both Mr. Dawson and Mr. Kirk were specifically named as insureds on the policy. And as many of us do with our auto policy, you call your insurance carrier when somebody new to the family is going to start driving one of the cars. And the district did the same thing here. Over the years, or only the couple of years here, 19 months, they have added 4 other people, and those people are instructors, certified flight instructors, who actually work for either in the flight or aviate on the lake in the past, but the district's insurance does cover their liability insurance. I will say as one recommendation, having looked at the flight logs, there are definitely some new instructors that have shown up in the last, say, 3 months whose names specifically do need to be added to that list of insureds. That said, the insurance definition is broad enough it would most likely cover those people because they're certified flight instructors, but at the same time, it is a good practice to have the specific pilots to be listed. So that's one recommendation. I've included information in here about the actual aviation program and the courses and so on. I'm not going to go into those in a great amount of detail, but I wanted everyone to see just what is offered in the program and how it's expanding. So in that regard, the question comes up as to, okay, so which students are out there flying this airplane? I noted in the report, information that was given to me shows that currently within the umbrella of the aviation program, there are 115 students. So a person without good knowledge might see that and go, oh, that means there's 115 kids out there flying the plane all the time. Well, that's not true. Because, like I said earlier, there's a pathway for kids who want to go the aviation flight pathway. And the first thing they have to do is they have to enroll in one of the particular courses, which is the Aviation Ground School. And in that course, of course, they learn everything about flying except actually doing it, if that makes sense. And they have to be in that course in order to, at some point, start their actual instructional flight from a certified flight instructor. So in reality, the number of students are much less than the whole program has within it. And I'll get into those numbers more here in just a second. As a note, the students that actually build the plane, which is another avenue there through the aerospace engineering, it's only the students that are in the aerospace engineering course that are actually building the plane. And when they build the plane, they're also getting course credit because it's considered a practicum related to that course. So they're not just doing it, after school and on the weekends, they're getting course credit for it as well. One thing that I noted in speaking to all the district folks as well as some community folks, I sense that the community here gives significant support to this program. And this is a unique program. It's not at very many school districts, and certainly even fewer. I don't know how many, but there's probably not many that own their own plane. Y'all might be the only one. And in talking to people, I found that there's a significant amount of community support for the aviation industry. And of course, that was reflected in the TEA application to expand the program. It's reflected in the mentors who come to school and help the kids build the plane. Your CTE director gave me information that right now there's 4 mentors that come every Tuesday and Wednesday for 2.5 hours to help these kids build these planes. And so it's from my vantage point, that's a great asset for the school district and vice versa for the community and the kids that should be taken care of and taken advantage of. A little bit about the aviation teacher, Mark Kirk. Let's see. Yeah, Mark got his private pilot's license in June of 2017, and he also received what's called his instrument rating in this summer earlier. And that allows him to use the instruments within the plane, the instrument system, which in layman's terms, I guess, would allow a pilot to fly the plane looking at nothing else but the instruments. They don't have to look visually at what's on this side or right in front of you. They can literally use all the instruments because they know them that well, and essentially fly in the dark, if you will. So he has that rating, if you will, as well. Now, and I want to point this out because I think it shows that one of the goals in the early part of the program was, hey, let's get Mark Kirk certified as a certified flight instructor so that he can provide instruction, at essentially no additional cost or very little additional cost to the school district, rather than having to contract out and get all these CFIs and pay for them. And that'll make the program more accessible, of course, for other students. So Mr. Kirk is very close to getting his certified flight instructor's rating. He has the hours. The requirement is a minimum of 250 hours. He has about 300 hours. And the only things he has left to do is to take the written exam, the written FAA exam, and to do I guess it may not be the right word, but I call it a test flight, where he goes up with an FAA examiner and is tested on his acuity as a pilot and as a flight instructor. So he's very close to reaching that goal that they envisioned less than 2 years ago. So the question then comes up, who can pilot the plane? Well, initially when the plane was purchased, the only two people who were legally licensed to fly it were Mr. Dawson and Mr. Kirk. In addition to that, as students actually begin flying in the plane, another group of people that are allowed to fly it are, of course, the certified flight instructors through Aviate on the Lake or in the pattern. The students are allowed, the student pilots, if you will, are allowed to fly as long as they're being properly supervised by a CFI. And so that's the instruction that they get toward their 35 hours of obtaining their license. In one instance, I will say I'll get into that here in a second. So I think the main focus of what I want to present really has to do with what's in the flight log, because I think that tells the story of the use and operation of the plane and whether it's all been above board. And so I want to kind of move into that and focus on that. Can you go, let's see, our exhibit that is the flight log itself. Let me see what exhibit that is. Exhibit 12, so it'll be a good 3/4 of the way probably. And they are numbered on the bottom. There it is. Okay. I kind of wanted everybody to see this because if you don't fly every day or you're not around this, you know, what does a flight log look like? Is it an app on your phone? Well, it can be. But here, the school district, from day one, the May 6th, 2021 first flight was recorded, and every flight, as best I can tell and as everyone has told me, has been recorded since then. And the way to check it, essentially you've got several columns there with the date. The next one is pilot, although information entered under pilot includes passengers as well, or at least their initials. And then I believe it has the starting tachometer out in hours, and then the ending tachometer in hours, and then the total hours of that particular flight. And then there's a comment section where the pilot writes in where, you know, from what airport they started at to what airport they went to, and sometimes there'll be more legs than one in the flight, and so those are also indicated by the call letters of the airport. And then they can make notes out to the right side where you see sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Things like had to add a quart of oil, for example, is something that's noted in the log. One thing that most people probably wouldn't realize, and I certainly didn't until I started looking into this, but a flight log for this type of an airplane is not required by law. The district doesn't have to have this legally. Now, you could argue, and absolutely it's a best practice to have it. Don't get me wrong. But I would commend the district for having it, number one, and particularly, obviously, if this is a government-owned airplane flown by students from time to time. So you want and should have as good a records as you can possibly keep in maintaining that plane and make sure it's being operated correctly. And I think while it's handwritten and it took me a while to figure out everybody's hen scratch, I was able to ultimately put it all together, figure out who flew when and with whom and for how long and where they went. And what I did with that information is it's in the report, and I tried to categorize it so it could be understood, and you could see that all the flights, the bottom line that I found was that all the flights were authorized and within the authority that was given to Mr. Dawson and Mr. Kirk. There's a couple flights that I want to talk about, and I give an analysis as to why I even though they've been reported in the news as one way, I found that they did not violate any particular law or policy, procedures, or ethics that may have been applicable in this situation. But first, just to give you an idea of the logs, I categorize the flights like this. There would be a solo flight, kind of obvious, one pilot, no passengers. A student instructional flight was a flight with a student, and that was piloted by a CFI with a student, if you will. Something called the discovery or demo flight. This is a flight that would be piloted by either Dawson or Kirk, and the purpose of the discovery or demo flight is one to take up a prospective student, for example, for maybe about a half hour or even less ride around the airport, around Hood County, and just to let them see what it's all about. And it's not just students, it's also parents who can go, community members who are interested. And in essence, the discovery flight is used to promote the program and to get people more interested in the program. That's what it's for. And that's, in large part, that's Mr. Dawson's involvement. And of course, Mr. Kirk, too, being the teacher, he's going to be instrumental in that as well. So I said that because many of the flights that Mr. Dawson took qualified as these discovery or demo flights. Let's see. Yeah, and the final type of flight is what I call a pilot training flight. And that's for Mr. Dawson or Mr. Kirk. They have their pilot's license, but they have to put in hours. They have to take certain types of trips. For example, a cross-country trip. And cross-country doesn't mean, all the way to Boston or Miami or Seattle. It means to Waco or Abilene or College Station. But it qualifies as a cross-country trip, and that's important for licensing reasons, and it helps them advance their rating. So because of that, both Mr. Kirk and Mr. Dawson were authorized to take what I'm calling pilot training flights. And you'll see a number of those and they can do those solo. They could do it, the two of them together. They'll do several of them with the CFI instructors, because with those guys, they will a lot of times go farther out and get into more usage of the instrumentation, because those guys are probably, they should be, licensed to use those types of instruments. So those are the four types of flights. If you look at the people who flew these flights, and I'm just going to give a kind of a summary of the numbers. During this 19-month period, there were a total of 136 flights. And in those 136 flights, there were, and I have the exact number, roughly, I'm just going to say roughly 250 passengers, and passengers including both pilots and passengers. So on average, the flight had, 1.5 people in it, okay? Give you an idea of the 136 flights that took place. The numbers of those 136, the highest number was the Aviate on the Lake instructors. They have been the instructors for the longest period of time over this 19-month period. They had 48. Next was Mr. Kirk. He had 29 flights. The pattern instructors had 20 flights. Mr. Dawson had 17 flights. And these are, and let me emphasize, these are piloted flights, where they were the pilots. Mr. Dawson, as I said, had 17. There's a parent instructor who was authorized, who was also a CFI, and whose son was in the program. He was specifically authorized by the school district to give instruction to his son. And the benefits of that was that his son didn't have to pay his dad fees, I don't think, who knows. But he did, and the school district, of course, saved money on having a CFI there that was free of charge. And he was properly licensed. He, in fact, was also named on the insurance policy already. So anyway, that parent instructor had 14 flights. Maintenance technicians had 4 flights, doing their checks and checking, for example, the aviation system once it was put in. And then there were actually 4 solo student flights. And one is, I don't know if he's here or not, but I remember his name, Jaden, and because it was published in the news and everything. And one of his solo flights is noted in the log. The other 3 was another student who I believe is the only other student to have done a solo flight in the plane, but he did 3 of them. So kudos to those guys. But anyway, those are the numbers. The ones I want to focus in on are the flights that were called into question. And there's actually, let me take care of the easy one first. The aviation teacher, Mr. Kirk, right at the beginning, right after the district got the plane, took his 2 kids on a discovery flight. His kids were student age at the time. They were not GISD students, but I think under the, they might be someday. I don't know. Nonetheless, he had 1 flight with 2 children that qualified as a discovery flight. There's nothing that says just because they happen to be the children of the pilot, they don't get to have a discovery flight just like everybody else. Nothing says that. And there was only 1. It wasn't excessive. It was a 0.6 flight around Hood County Airport, and that was it. And then there was never another one by Mark Kirk. So in my mind, that one was clearly authorized, and so I don't even look at that one in regard to all the standards and ethical codes that are involved, because I think it was clearly authorized. With regard to Mr. Dawson, and again, for my purposes, I tried to classify these flights, and he had, he had 3 flights that would be considered discovery or demo flights. And again, those are for community members, students, prospective students, even former students, to the extent you could say that they reasonably may participate or add to the program in the promotion of the program, that sort of thing. There was 1 flight that I'm just going to call a discovery flight that was with Mr. Dawson's daughter. early on, and again, it was, I think, a .4, and it was similar to the other flight. It was right around the airport. And that was the only discovery flight, or what I'm calling a discovery flight, with his children. Now, Mr. Dawson had 10 flights that I'm calling pilot training flights. And those were ones where he's going out to get experience for himself, for the benefit of the district, or himself as a pilot, where he might go on a cross-country trip to College Station, to Abilene, to Waco, those types of places. And the purpose of those trips a lot of times can be just because of the fact that, as I mentioned, there are different conditions involved. Different airports are handled differently. I've never flown, but so I'm told. You have airports with towers, you have airports without towers. Granbury does not have a tower. So, for example, when a person goes to get in the plane and takes off, there's no guy in the tower directing traffic. You get on the radio, you find a frequency, whatever it is, that everybody else listens to, and you communicate with other pilots that way. And that's how you take off, and that's how you land. On the other hand, an airport like Waco, I believe, is a tower airport. And so that's a whole different set of rules, protocols, procedures to land and take off. And that's the kind of experience that someone who's going to fly students through discovery flights, ultimately maybe get their certified flight instructor license, that's the kind of experience you want them to have. You want them to fly regularly and in varied situations, okay? So anyway, now, I'm going to just go ahead and call this, what I'm about to talk about, a gray area, because that's what it is, ultimately. There's no question, based on my investigation, that Mr. Dawson was taking a training flight for himself, just as I just explained to you. Now, the part that becomes questionable is who was tagging along with him. The truth is, under the way the program was initially set up, it could have been just about anybody, the way it was set up. It was pretty loose, and I get into that later. But these flights, based on the people I talked to, they were flights where he was going a particular place for a reason related to his district duties as the pilot. And before that flight took place, the family member asked to go along. And there were 6 of those flights. One was with the spouse, the one that was reported in the news. 5 of those flights were with the son, also a licensed pilot. I confirmed that the son did not fly the plane. He was only a passenger, and Mr. Dawson flew the plane the whole time. These flights also, the ones with his son anyway, took place a lot of times around the holidays, like spring break, Christmas time, and I think the reason for that was, that's, number one, that's probably when they were together, and number 2, that's when Mr. Dawson had time to actually make flights and to get caught up on his time in the airplane. And so, in the whole scheme of things, over 19 months, Mr. Dawson took 19 flights. And they could be broken down as 6 were solo flights, 3 were discovery or demo flights, 10 were pilot training flights, and of those 10, 6 of them were with a family member. So what do we do with that? Well, of course, I pulled up all the applicable policies, procedures, ethical codes that I thought applied here, or that could apply, and looked at each one of them. The first one is, and these are all stated in the report, section 43, board policy on financial ethics, right? You expect your school employees to handle money and other school property in a prudent fashion, not to misappropriate it, that kind of thing. And that's exactly what the policy speaks to. It says that employees involved in the district's financial transactions shall act with integrity and diligence in duties involving the district's fiscal resources. It specifically prohibits fraud and financial impropriety. I can tell you that the word fraud in legal terms is a very strong word. It takes a lot, a pretty bad act to constitute fraud in the eyes of the law. This is nowhere near that. Just get that out of the way. Now, financial impropriety is the other part. Well, what does that mean? Well, the policy tells us that there's different types of financial impropriety. Forgery, didn't have any of that, didn't find any. Different types of forgery. And then there is a broader category, misappropriation of funds or district assets. So then you get into, well, what's misappropriation? Well, legally, misappropriation really requires someone to intentionally and knowingly take something that doesn't belong to them, right, for their own benefit. Here, again, I use the phrase gray area because I think that's what it is. I think in the situations where family members were in the plane with him while he was doing his job, there was a dual benefit. The district was getting the benefit of him doing what they asked him to do, and his family member was getting the benefit of a plane ride, if that's a benefit. And I think it is. So what do you do with that? Well, looking at all the evidence, the fact that in these logs, which were not required by law to be kept, every time a family member rode, it was recorded by name. They weren't trying to hide anything. And I will say too, the authority that was given to Mr. Dawson, I mean, he started out as a CTE director, right? So he was the one in charge of this program and in charge of moving it forward. And so I can't say this for sure, but it's sure probably likely he had a lot of anonymity in running this program. And the fact that there's only two licensed pilots that get in the plane on a regular basis, there's a fair amount of anonymity to that. But I can promise you this, there's no policy, there's no procedure that says doing what he did is a violation of policy or law. And so ultimately, I don't see the intentional and knowingly trying to take something that clearly didn't belong to him, because that was not his, I don't think that was his intent. His intent was to get his hours, and one weekend apparently his spouse, I don't know, I'm just making I don't want to say I'm making it up, but for for demonstration purposes, there was a discussion about Mr. Dawson going to Abilene to get his hours on a cross-country flight. His wife indicated, hey, that's where our daughter is. Can I go along? Let's go see her. And he didn't think anything of it, or if he did, he didn't say anything. And so they went. He got his hours. They had lunch. They got right back on the plane, came back. He didn't stay overnight. He didn't. I mean, it was Abilene. But that's where his daughter. No offense to people from Abilene, but that's where his daughter was, and there was definitely some benefit there. I don't say that there's not, but it was a dual benefit, and I think it's just too gray to say it violated these financial ethics policies. The next one, and the analysis is pretty similar on all of these, so I won't take too much time. But the second one I looked at was abuse of official capacity, and this is actually in the penal code. So if one is found to have or convicted of abuse of official capacity, it is a crime. In the law, crimes are held to a higher standard of culpability, and essentially, if I'm going to say, well, I don't think it even violates the financial ethics policy, it darn sure doesn't violate a penal code policy. Okay, that'll take care of that pretty quick. But But in that statute, it does mention misuse of property. And, I would say you can't say it was absolutely intentionally and knowingly misused. He was doing what the district required him to do, and he was doing, and there was an added benefit. In our jobs as school district employees, and I'm in private practice now, but I was in-house at the time, everything you do every day, if you think about it, not everything, but if you take a phone call from your wife, talk to her for 10 minutes, man, you just committed financial impropriety. You could look at it that way. You could twist it, you could apply it a little harder than it's meant to be applied. So I just use that as an example. The Texas Educator Code of Ethics, that's the ethical code that all educators, whether they're teachers, administrators, anybody certified by TEA, has to abide by. They're standards, they're kind of broad, and as an attorney, I don't have any say as to whether someone violates it or not. I can say I have advised school districts that when they have reason to terminate someone's employment, for example, we will cite the standards of conduct if they apply, and then those are used as evidence against that person to terminate their contract if we feel like they violated it. That's a hearing officer process that's separate from SBEC. Anyway, there are 3 standards I think that one could argue might apply in this situation. 1.2, 1.4, 1.7. The first one, educators should not intentionally, here we go again, intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly misappropriate, use property or equipment committed to his or her charge for personal gain or advantage. 1.4, educators shall not use institutional or professional privileges for personal advantage. I think that one's closer, if I'm being honest. 1.4 is closer. It's a closer call because of the way it's worded. Educators shall comply with state regulations, written local school board policies, of which these are school board policies. So, but again, I think if you look at the conduct, you look at the circumstances, I don't think there was intent or knowing conduct to misappropriate anything from the school district to get strictly a benefit for that person's personal use or benefit. And then I think I can probably, I'll end with this on the findings and then go into a couple recommendations and then stop. There is a policy about management of district vehicles, and obviously having an airplane as a school property, as a school vehicle, is a unique thing. And so as the manuals and the policies exist up to this point, they did not speak to the vehicle that is the airplane. They should, I think. And policy C&B local specifically says that the superintendent or his or her designee shall develop administrative regulations for requesting, scheduling, and using district vehicles for extracurricular activities, field trips, and other school-related purposes. I think the airplane falls within that, and Mr. Superintendent, either you or somebody else should have some policies that address the use of the airplane. And I will say that there is one policy about transportation on the plane that has already been put into place, or a procedure, if you will, that essentially an authorization form that every time someone gets in that plane, there's going to be a documented, something more than just the flight log, a documented form that says, yes, they were authorized to be on that plane at this time by people that have the authority to give that authorization. So I think that's a good step in the right direction and one that'll take care of a lot. Finally, just getting into my specific recommendations, and I have 7 paragraphs, but there's probably only 4 or 5 in there. One is what I just mentioned, that the school district really needs some very, or more specific written guidelines and protocols for the operation and use of the airplane, without question. I think if there was any misstep in this whole situation, that was it. That those were not tighter controls, that, you know, if I don't know, if you, as we now sit here and think about it, as we talk about authority to fly the plane and getting authorizations to be on the plane and having insurance coverage and all these things, you know, that process, had it been set up at the time, may have caused Mr. Dawson to, I would hope it would, think differently and to make sure he gets the right authorizations to so that there's no doubt that it's an authorized flight under the circumstances. Another thing I think that I've included in my recommendations is really a cost-benefit analysis of a couple things. And I don't have an opinion one way or the other because I haven't crunched the numbers, but I think it would be wise at this juncture to do it, to look at two things. Well, the insourcing versus the outsourcing of two things. One, the airplane. I think you need to look long and hard at whether or not you really want to own an airplane. I think there's absolutely some benefits to it. There's flexibility in being able to fly it, being able to instruct students on it. I think over time you'd have a cost benefit, and so there's definitely some benefits in having your own plane. I'm not saying there's not, but it might be more trouble than it's worth as well. Something to look at. The other in-house versus outsourced, I guess, would be your CFIs, the certified flight instructors. Now, that said, Mr. Kirk is very close to getting a certified flight instructor rating. And once he does, that's going to save the district a fair amount of money in flight instruction. I suspect I know he is, because you actually have in your policy that once he gets there, he's entitled to, I believe, a $10,000 stipend once he becomes CFI certified. So even though it'll cost $10,000 to him, it'll be worth much more than that, I think, to the program. That said, that's another part of insourcing versus outsourcing that I think you should look at. Again, no particular opinion, but something that's worth reviewing and reviewing again and again as the program moves along. Finally, in terms of any type of disciplinary action or disciplinary response, first, let me say that I don't think there's any reason to say or do anything with Mr. Kirk. Yes, he had his two kids on one flight. I think it clearly fell within the category of a discovery flight, a demo flight even, and because it was one time, it was very short, that was it. I don't see that as a problem. I think it was authorized at the time, and if you go otherwise, I'd like to be on his side of that argument. So get that out of the way. With regard to Mr. Dawson, what I would recommend, and obviously this is your decision, and really it should be your superintendent's decision with your input, and my recommendation is kind of a range. I think the minimum response would be what I call a written warning and directed training, and versus the more maximum, which I think would be a written reprimand, directed training, and possibly ethical trainings on the use of school property. Now, the difference in a written reprimand versus a written warning is this. A written reprimand, being the stronger discipline, essentially makes a statement that says, we think you committed this conduct, and that's why we're going to reprimand you for it, tell you not to do it again, and if you do, you're going to be subject to further disciplinary action up to and including termination of employment. That's a written reprimand. It actually makes a statement that we think you did something wrong, and here's what we think you did wrong. Don't do it again or else, okay? A written warning, on the other hand, is we're not going to make a specific finding that we think you violated a policy or an ethical code, but hey, you're skating pretty close. And we're giving you a warning that we don't want you to do these particular things that we think you came close to doing. That's a written warning. So there's no real finding or documentation that, hey, he committed this violation of our policy. So those are the two differences. In my opinion, the factors weighing heavy toward nothing higher than or more severe than that. The fact that I think Mr. Dawson had the authority to do what he did, probably to a point, and looking at each of the flights, looking at the circumstances of those flights, the fact that they were all recorded right there for everybody to see. Nobody was hiding anything. I just don't see it as intentional or knowing misappropriation of the school's property. I just don't see it. And so that's why my maximum would be a written reprimand, as I've explained. So I'll take any questions.
Just one point of clarification. When this goes online tonight, there are quite a few redactions. Would you just explain those redactions?
Sure. There's essentially two types of redactions in the material. It's really not very much at all. One is to the extent there are student initials, for example, in the flight log, that would be considered a student record, student educational record, because they were part of that course, part of that program. And so I've redacted that based on FERPA, the federal law that requires that school districts do that. The other information is actually in my report, where I've blacked out reference to family members of either Mr. Kirk or Mr. Dawson. That is based on kind of a quirky law, in my opinion, but under the Public Information Act, all school district employees have the right, I guess, to elect that things like their home address, their home phone number, social security number, date of birth, a whole list of personal information, and then right at the end it says, and whether or not that employee has family members. The employee can elect whether to require that information not be disclosed to the public. So my report is now a district record, right? And so everywhere I referred to a family member of either of these two employees, they have elected to keep that confidential in the record. And so that's why it's blacked out. Now, as I explained to you earlier today, I can still talk about it, and obviously I have, because I'm not a record. This is the record. And so 10 years from now, when somebody requests this and they get it, it's going to be redacted, and they may not be able to figure out that either of those two folks have family members from reading the report. Make sense? So that's the intent behind that.
Thank you. And one other point of clarification, when the students were taking their solo flights alone while getting instruction, talk about that point as it relates to the insurance on the plane and
Okay.
for the students in the plane, for that matter.
Right. The insurance policy covers student pilots as long as they are supervised by a CFI, in essence. And that supervision can come from the ground. It can come in from inside the plane, either one, as long as they're under the supervision of a CFI. And so that's why they would remain to be covered.
Where on the website will this be available for community members to see?
It with the picture of the oath ceremony right on the homepage. So at least for the next few days, it'll be the very first thing you see on the screen that you can click on and go straight to the documents to download.
Thank you.
I have a few questions, if that's all right.
Yes. Ms. Lowry.
Yes.
First, I'd like to tell everyone that I fully support the aviation program through the CTE, but I am very deeply concerned about the airplane financial responsibility policies and the liability that comes with owning the airplane. And could I ask you 2 questions?
Absolutely.
How was this agreement originally established between you and GISD?
The agreement for me to do this report,
Mhm.
I received a phone call from the superintendent seeking my help.
Okay. I looked up myself also a TEA Introduction to Aerospace and Aviation. And in here, there's nothing that says that to do this program, we should buy an airplane. And it mentions simulators. So a question is, do we really need an airplane? I liked what you said about doing a cost-benefit analysis. Seems like there's an awful lot into it, and the liability to the school district is big if something happens to a student or that airplane or anybody in it. More comments, I guess, and questions.
Sure. I mean, I don't disagree with the things you've said. There are limitations on that liability. Everyone always worries about liability because everybody's so litigious these days. But the truth is, you have insurance. You have insurance for a reason, and it's to cover your liability, and it does. It covers the maximum amount of your liability.
And the $5,000 per seat, is that correct on the medical?
On medical, right.
Okay.
And that's my understanding is that's similar to what you may have on an automobile, where your passenger automatically has like $5,000 of medical, no questions asked kind of thing, regardless of whose fault it was. I think that's what that's for.
So anything after that for medical then would come out of the person's own pocket?
Well, it could come out of the
Or the insurance
100,000.
company?
It could come out of the 100,000 limit per person as well. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see, there was a question I had and then I lost it. Did we look at the job descriptions of the people to see whether or not they are to be teaching children or be up in the airplane with children?
I did look at those, and they do not specifically say, there's no bullet that says, and fly the school district's airplane, for example. It's not uncommon. There's always, every job description has a phrase called other duties as assigned, and that's where this would fall under.
Okay.
Now, I will say it would always be better if there was a document that existed, whether it's a memo from the superintendent to Mr. Dawson, or even an email for that matter, that says, hey, I'm assigning you these particular duties in addition to what else you're doing. I kind of agree with you that really should have been done, and is something that you should do at this point.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have some other questions as well. Kind of piggybacking off of one of her previous questions, does KBS have any prior working relationship with GISD or with Dr. Glenn?
Does KBS?
Yeah,
Our
does
law
your law firm?
There was one matter involving the county.
They did the appraisal district for us, I'm going to say in 2019, an AG opinion on how the board members at the appraisal district are, basically how they're elected and how our proportionate share is awarded based on our contribution to the appraisal district. And so he typed up that matter, and
You have a better memory than I do.
It was ratified.
It
by the
was
AG.
successful as well. I think the county attorney kind of carried, or I can't remember, he may have been against us, but one of the other attorneys kind of carried the torch, and we were behind the scenes feeding them the arguments, and they were successful.
You talked about a discovery flight. Can you define, or did you define, maybe I missed it, can you define for us exactly what do you mean by a discovery flight? What does that mean?
I think that's a great question, and I did define it, but it's my words. I didn't find it in a manual. Maybe it needs to be in a manual. I thought pretty long and hard about my definitions of those 4 types of flights because I wanted to encompass everything. And I also wanted to be congruent with what I was hearing of the types of flights that were authorized. And so anyway, so here's how let's see, what did I say? Yeah, I'll just read what I have here. Discovery/demo flight, and they were referred to as both, either one. A flight piloted by Kirk or Dawson with 1 to 2 passengers primarily for promotional purposes. Then I put in parentheses, might include prospective students or parents, existing students or parents, former students, community supporters, GIC staff, the primary purpose of which is to demonstrate the plane to interested persons with some reasonable tie or purpose related to the program. Typically, such flights are about 30 minutes and do not go outside Hood County.
Okay, so to just verify, that's your definition, correct?
It is my definition.
You also talked about authorized flights. Can you tell us who gave the authority for those flights? When you said flights were authorized by whom?
Yeah, I think when Mr. Dawson was put in charge of was put in his role in relationship to the program, he was authorized to fly the plane because he had his pilot's license. That was made clear by listing him on the insurance policy as someone who could do that. And I mean, I can't say I saw any documents, any manuals that said this is how we're going to do this, and here's the authority. I mean, granted, those things weren't there, but I don't think anyone would say that he wasn't authorized to make the flights that he did, and everyone I spoke to was in agreement with that that was his authority. But then I say, well, where is it? Where was it written down? It wasn't. So.
It wasn't a particular individual who gave the authority.
I can't say that. I mean, you could call it passive authority if you want. I wouldn't disagree with that.
And then if you could just verify for us too, what type of pilot's license is needed to fly with students? What type of pilot's license do you have to be able to fly with students?
Well, if it's in the instructional capacity, it's a CFI, which is a certified flight instructor. The discovery flights, there's no instruction, and all you have to have is the private pilot's license to fly anybody on a discovery flight.
Madam President, I've got one more question, probably more for the board. What is I want to call it the end game, but where are we going with making this aviation program better? We've bought an airplane. Are we going to try then to become a flight school?
So at the point where Mr. Kirk receives his CFI, the district would have to apply to the FAA to become a flight school.
Okay, again, I question the liability of having this airplane, but I understand.
And would that apply to whether we keep the plane or not?
No, if we don't keep the plane, we can go within the pattern, which is a flight school which currently operates in Hood County, and that's who we're using for flight instruction currently.
Dr. Glenn, currently, because we own the plane and the flight instruction is taken in our plane, what is the savings per hour for our students who are taking flight instruction?
I tell you, I'm going to call up, if you don't mind, Todd Gibson, who's our director of CTE.
Okay.
He would probably be better served to answer specific questions.
I have, but before you leave, Mr. Bradshaw.
Okay.
Before you leave the speaker stand, did you, prior to this investigation, did you know any of the players involved other than the contact you had with Dr. Glenn when you were filing suit to get the Attorney General's opinion? Were you aware of, or did you know any of the players?
No, just Dr. Glenn.
Okay. Thank you.
I'd like to make one point, if I may. This Discovery Flight program that the school has mimics very closely the Experimental Aircraft Association's Young Eagles program, which on page 13 of 24, once they complete the Discovery Flight, the student receives a Young Eagle certificate. So I think this is modeled fairly closely to the EAA's, which is Experimental Aircraft Association's program that's been around for many years. And I think they use this as a model probably for the Discovery Flight for GISD.
And I would add to that taking that Discovery Flight and making them a Young Eagle also gives them access to testing materials and things of that nature to help them on the written exam, for what it's worth. Did you want me to answer your question, Dr. Harrington, about the flight school expense versus? Okay.
Yes, please.
So I pulled this straight from In the Pattern, who is they're our current flight school partner. If anybody walks in off the street, they're going to have to get a minimum of 30 hours of dual, which is flight time in a flight school plane with one of their CFIs, and they charge $215 an hour for that. 10 hours of solo at $155 an hour, 10 hours of ground instruction at $60 an hour. They're going to have to take a written test, they're going to have to do a medical, and they're going to have to do a check ride. That amounts to approximately $9,900. They have a little blurb there I'm going to read verbatim. It says, the times listed above are FAA minimums. It can be difficult to obtain proficiency in the times listed. Therefore, it is wise to add 25% to the total price of the for planning purposes. So all of that with the 25% added on top of that, it comes out to just shy of $12,500. So with our current system and what we charge our students to go up in the GISD plane with a CFI from In the Pattern, it comes out to approximately $7,500, saving them just under $5,000, which is about a 40% savings for our students the way we're operating right now. And that's been one of the big goals of this program is to save that money for students.
Could you explain to me how we're funding that program and how much of it's costing the local taxpayers, how much of it's being paid by federal funds or state funds?
So I will say for the last 2 years, the federal funds that come into CTE do not go back into any of these programs. They pay a particular salary that bridges the gap between our special populations and the rest of the school. I think it's that's how that's used. So let me pull. So without getting into too much detail, there are 5 courses that we're talking about here. This year, we had 115 students in those courses, and I won't bore you with all the minute calculations, but also understand that there's weighted funding tied to CTE courses, our career and technical courses. Our level 1 and our level 2, which are primarily freshman and sophomore courses, they have a 28% bump on, let's say, just a regular Spanish class or algebra class. And then our level 3 or level 4, our junior and senior level courses primarily, they have a 1.47, so a 47% bump. So the state knows it's expensive to run career and technical programs, and that ranges through all 10 of the career clusters we offer, all 18 programs of study that we offer. So, but the revenue projection based on 100% average daily attendance, so we know that that's a little high. But for the 22-23 school year, brought in $167,000, and for the 21-22 school year, it brought in $194,000 for a total of $361,000. So it's funded by the kids that are sitting in those classes. Yeah.
By comparison, you say we brought in 300, and give me the number again.
361,000.
What were the expenses for the entire program over that time?
For the entire program since the beginning, $158,592. A majority of that, which is a one-time expense that hopefully wouldn't have to be purchased again, being an airplane and the updates.
And that is an asset that at any
That's an
time
asset that we could turn around and recoup, I would hope 100%, if not very close, according to some of the experts that I've talked to.
Make sure I'm not confused. Are we getting more for the program than we expended on it the last 2 years? We got more than we've expended on it the whole time we've had it?
Yes, ma'am.
Then I wasn't confused. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Gibson, you gave a ton of numbers that we don't have access to. Would you make sure that those numbers get to Ms. Oliver so she can put those up for the public to look at as well?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Sorry. As far as what you're charging, is there a cap on the hours or fees as to which you're charging? I'm just concerned about the cost of the taxpayers into the school district.
My rate's $2.95 an hour. I've been too busy working on this to tally up the hours. You'll get a bill at the end of this month, and I don't know what it is.
And then the other question I have is, you talked about our GISD board policies a lot when you were going through with your program, and so my question would be, would you agree that the Texas law would supersede the GISD board policies?
I mean, I don't know if I'd use the term supersede. They both apply for different reasons. And so, you know, as a board, you have the authority to enforce your policies. You also have the authority to interpret those policies. So you can, you know, you may find a board violation of something that is exactly what's stated in the state law, and a DA, for example, may look at it and go, no, we're not doing that. So it can be even though it's exact same wording, it could be a policy violation, but not a violation of state law, ultimately.
But if I understand correctly, board policy shouldn't be in contraindication to state law, correct?
That's
Like,
right.
You shouldn't have a board policy that is illegal.
Yes, no, of course not.
Right.
I can see you've been to training. I would say that your board policies, for the benefit of the public as well, you know, we have these policies that say ABC legal and ABC local. And when I started out as a school lawyer, I thought, what the heck does that mean? Well, the ABC legal is just a restatement of what the law is, and it cites to the different statutes. ABC local is what you decide is your law in this school district within the bounds of that state law. So.
And I make that point just to say that this is the way I interpret it, but I would say that the Texas Penal Code 39.02, abuse of official capacity, misuse of government property is a crime, and it shouldn't be discounted on this matter. That's why I asked that question, but thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Mr. Bradshaw, on behalf of Granbury ISD, thank you for the quick turnaround on this. I know it was short notice. I know you put in some time to really put together a thorough report. And I certainly want to encourage those in the audience and those online to take time to read it. We should have it up hopefully shortly after this meeting is over. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Glenn. Thank you, board members.
Thank you, and have a safe trip home. Thank you very much, sir.
Appreciate it.
Did I see our auditor come in? I did. At this time, we will go to the next report, which is number 9 on our agenda, the presentation of the annual audit report for the fiscal year ending August 31st, 2020. You want it?
Well,
Thank y'all for having me. My name is Lindsay Kinnemer. I'm an audit partner with Snow Garrett Williams out of Weatherford, and I'm going to walk us through the highlights of the audit report, and I'm going to start on page 1 of the Bound report. Page 1 is the certificate of the board. This is where you will approve or disapprove the audit report. It requires the signatures of both the board president and the board secretary. There's an unbound certificate. If y'all can sign and approve that one, and if you want to return it to Emmett after the meeting, that's fine. He can scan it and send it back to us, and we'll drop that into the PDF version of the report. We'll send it back to Emmett to do the submission to TEA, and that's due by January the 28th. If you'll also sign and approve a few of the bound copies, those can be returned back to Emmett to keep on file in the business office in case anybody were to request a hard copy. And we'll move over to page 2 and look at our independent auditor's report. Pages 2 through 4 are independent auditor's report, and I'm just going to hit some of the high points starting in the first paragraph under opinions. We state that we have audited the financial statements of Granbury ISD as of and for the year ended August 31st, 2022. If you move down to the next paragraph, we state that in our opinion, the financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of Granbury ISD as of August 31st, 2022. And this is a clean or an unmodified audit opinion, and that's the highest level of assurance that we can give you on the financial statements. So that's what you want to see in this audit report. If you move down to the next paragraph under basis for opinions, we state that we conducted our audit in accordance with auditing standards generally accepted in the United States of America and also with government auditing standards. Our responsibility under those standards are further described in the auditor's responsibilities for the audit of the financial statement section of our report, and I'll go over that here in a second. If you move to the last paragraph on this page under responsibilities of management, management is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of the financial statements in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America and for the design, implementation, and maintenance of internal control relevant to the preparation of the financial statements. If you move to the next page on page 3, at the top of the page under auditor's responsibility, our objectives are to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error, and to issue an auditor's report that includes our opinions. If you move over to the next page on page 4, in the very last paragraph under other reporting, in accordance with government auditing standards, we've also issued our report on our consideration of Granbury ISD's internal controls over financial reporting and on test of compliance with certain provisions of laws, regulations, contracts, grant agreements, and other matters. And this is one of your school first indicators that we're required to report on, and I'll go over that at the very end of the presentation. And we're going to move over to page 16. Page 16 is the balance sheet of the district at August 31st, 2022. If you look on the left side of the page, at the top of the page, we have your assets. Under assets are liabilities, deferred inflows of resources, and then fund balances are at the bottom. We have 4 columns going across the page. The first column on the far left is your general fund. The second column is your debt service fund. The third column were your other governmental funds, which were special revenue funds and the capital projects fund. And the last column on the far right is the totaling column. The total assets of the district were $44,682,000. Total liabilities were $8,121,000. Deferred inflows were $1,572,000.
May I just make a quick statement? Our pages aren't numbered. What she's looking at is Exhibit C-1, just in case y'all are looking for it.
Oh, did the page numbers cut off?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
Okay.
if you can give us exhibit numbers when you're
Yes.
looking at this
C1,
part, it'll be
A1.
helpful.
C1, yes. sorry about that. The total fund balances were $34,987,000 in the totaling column. If you move back over to the general fund column on the far left, of your total fund balance of the $34 million, $30,216,000 of that is in your general fund. And of that total, you had $7.4 million committed for construction, $1.2 million committed for equipment, $1.3 committed for other, and $20,316,000 in unassigned fund balance. If you move over a couple of pages, it'll be page 18, but it's Exhibit C2. C2 is the income statement of the district for fiscal year '22. On the left side of the page, at the very top of the page, we have your revenues. Under revenues are expenditures. And again, at the bottom, we have your fund balances. We have the same 4 columns going across the page. And I'm going to start by going over the totaling column, and then I'll go back and review over the general fund and the debt service. Your total revenues of the district were $101,051,051. Total expenditures were $98,892,000, which brought us to an increase in fund balance of $2,159,000. And again, the ending fund balances of $34,987,000. And if you move back over to your general fund, that far left column, in comparing your fiscal year '22 general fund to fiscal year '21, last year's audit, your revenues were up about $2.4 million, and that was mostly due to property tax revenues, which was due to an increase in taxable values. Your total expenditures were up about $5.2 million. Most of that was in function 11 for instruction of about $2.9 million, primarily due to payroll for teacher raises and an increase in the number of staff. And then we also had an increase of about $2.4 million in function 51. In fiscal year '21, about $1.8 million of janitorial services were paid out of ESSER 2, so that's most of that difference. This brought us to an increase in fund balance for the general fund of $841,435, and the total ending fund balances of $30,216,000. I also wanted to point out the debt service fund column. You had total revenues in the debt service of $10,538,000 and total expenditures of $10,411,000. That brought us to an increase of $126,897 and an ending fund balance of $2,343,000. And I wanted to point this out because these expenditures include some early debt that you paid. So there was additional debt payments of about $2,375,000 that were paid in fiscal year '22, and that saved the district about $356,000. We are going to move over to page 53, which is Exhibit G1, so close to the back of the report. And it's going to be right past all of the notes that are there in the middle.
What was the page again?
It's page 53, Exhibit G1. Exhibit G1 is the general fund budgetary comparison schedule. There are 4 columns going across the page. The first column on the far left is your original adopted budget. The second column is your final amended budget. The third column was your actual revenues and expenditures. And the last column is the variance between your actual revenues and expenditures and your final amended budget. So looking through the variance column, your actual revenues came in over budget by about $595,000. If you flip to the next page on page 54, your actual expenditures came in under budget by about $1,583,000, so both going the direction that you would want to see. We're going to move over to page 60, which is Exhibit J1. And it'll be the first page. It's a 2-page exhibit. It'll be the first page. Exhibit J1 is the delinquent tax schedule, and I wanted to point this out because as we talked about, property taxes increased in fiscal year '22, but if you look at your tax rate columns, your maintenance and operations tax rate actually went down in 2022. It went from 0.9664 down to 0.9438, but if you look at your assessed values, those went up from $6,660,000 to $7,062,000, and that's due to the growth in the area. So we wanted to point that out, that that's what's driving the increase in property tax revenue. If you move over a couple of pages to page 62, which is Exhibit J2. J2, the food service budget. Exhibit J2 is the food service fund budget, and we just wanted to point out that you had an increase in the fund balance of this fund of about $1,129,000 and an ending fund balance of $1,959,000. So this program's done really well. It is over TDA's 3 months of average operating expenditures that they allow, but that has been pretty much all of our districts this year have experienced that because everybody was eating for free last year. So districts were making more money in the food service fund, but the district does have a plan in place to spend down that fund balance. So we just wanted to point that out. If you move over to page 65, which is Exhibit J5. Exhibit J5 is the optimum fund balance worksheet. And you'll see at the top of the page that it's marked as unaudited. This exhibit used to be required by TEA several years ago, and then they gave the option to either leave this in as an unaudited exhibit or to take it out of the report. So most of our districts have chosen to keep it in the report because it's a nice tool to be able to try and calculate a target fund balance for your general fund. So if you start on line 1, your total general fund balance that we saw on the balance sheet was $30,216,000. If you move down to line 4, we have your total general fund committed fund balance, which was $9.9 million. Line 6 and 7, we do a calculation based off of your general fund expenditures. So your total general fund expenditures were $76,828,000. If we divide that by 12 for 12 months, we have the amount on line 6, which is $6,402,000. If you double that amount, we have the amount on line 7, which is $12,804,000. So if you were to add those two lines together, it's roughly what it would take you to operate for 3 months, which is typically what TEA has said to have in your unassigned fund balance. So if you move down to line 12, we have a calculation of an optimum fund balance amount, which is the sums of lines 2 through 11, and it's $29,107,000. And then line 13 shows you if you have an excess or a deficit compared to this calculated amount. So right now we're looking at an excess of $1,109,000. But I do like to point out that line 4, your committed fund balance, is included in that calculated amount. So if you raise that committed amount, that excess goes down. If you lower it, it goes up. So there's a little bit of I don't want to say manipulation, but wiggle room in calculating that amount. So y'all are actually in a really good place. We're recommending you keep some excess here because there is quite a bit of uncertainty right now with funding and things like that. So I think this excess that y'all have is a good place to be. And we're going to move over to page 77, which should be the very last page of the bound report. It's Exhibit K2. And this exhibit is the school first indicators that we're required to report on for the audit. And I won't read through all of them, but I did want to read through a few that are directly related to our audit report. The first one is SF1. Was there an unmodified opinion in the financial report on the financial statements as a whole? Yes, there was. The next one is SF2. Were there any disclosures in the report or other sources of information concerning non-payment of any terms of debt agreements at fiscal year end? No, there was not. If you move down towards the middle of the page to SF5, did the report disclose any instances of material weakness in internal controls over financial reporting and compliance for local, state, or federal funds? No, it did not. And the next one is SF6. Was there any disclosure in the report of material noncompliance for grants, contracts, and laws related to local, state, or federal funds? And no, there was not. So all of these responses were favorable. Y'all scored 100% on these selected school first indicators. And that's the last exhibit I'll review over, but did anyone have any questions?
Board members, do any of you have any questions? I believe so. Once again, you've done I'm sorry, Dr. Glenn, you have a question? You've done a great job. This would probably be an appropriate time not only to thank you, but to thank our financial director, to thank our superintendent, and to thank our principals and people out there who are working hard to make sure that the money that we get from our taxpayers is well used. And I applaud everybody for this. Dr.
Absolutely.
Glenn?
Yes, the business office, Emmett, Kathy, and everybody that works with them does a great job and helps us complete the audit on time. We never have any issues, so we appreciate them very much.
Lindsay, how many school districts do y'all audit?
We audit 21 school districts.
And how would Granbury compare as you look at building budgets, revenue to expenditures, fund balance? Where would you put us?
I would say Granbury is as good as any district that we audit. Y'all are in very good shape.
Thank you. Again, the credit for that goes to Emmett Whitefield, who is our CFO, and also for those in the audience and those online. This report will be uploaded to the district website as well. And I think you can go back and review past audits too. So thank you for that, Ms. Oliver.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
At this time, we'll go into our open forum, and our first speaker will be Mr. Dawson.
Dr. Glenn, Madam President, Board of Trustees, I'm deeply burdened, and I sincerely apologize for placing this school district I have grown to love in a compromising position. It never was my intent to bring any negative attention to the aviation program, and for that, I apologize. My involvement in the program was to promote interest and support for students, families, and community members. The expectation was to fly the airplane well beyond the minimum requirements set by the FAA and to be well above proficiency with knowledge, experience, and safety at the highest level. I am proud of the aviation program and the community partnerships that have developed with retired and professional pilots actively involved with our students. I want to see the aviation program continue with students gaining opportunities and experiences for future aviation careers in whichever direction we go. I regret the position this has placed our wonderful school district. I'm committed to ensuring that we move forward with quality programs, exceptional educational opportunities for all students. Thank you for allowing me this time tonight just to share my heartfelt passion for Granbury ISD.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. At this time, we will have Carolyn Reeves, who wants to speak on the plane. Carolyn Reeves.
Thank you for letting me speak. This is kind of high. There we go. So I was kind of disappointed to hear about the plane. I knew nothing about it, never heard a thing about it. So it was a surprise for me to find out that Granbury had a plane, especially with this $500 million bond that y'all presented to us as we were needing all this money for this new high school. That's a lot of money. But the other thing is I was trying to find where your all salaries were and who worked for Granbury ISD. And one of the things I have heard, I can't confirm, but the rumor is that you just recently hired or promoted Mrs. Leah Dawson, who is Assistant Superintendent's wife, as a student service coordinator, and that she's making like $90,000. And was there a process of application to go through for her to get this position. It was also surprising for me that we had to have someone overseeing the library after all the porn and pedophilia books that's still there. And I wanted to know where that attorney was for these books to get out. I know you all said that you were worried about getting sued, about taking them out of the library, but this attorney could have helped us get them out. And I hope that we work toward getting them out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Reeves. Hannah Baum or Baum, and I'm sorry about not pronouncing your name correctly. Hannah, B-O-H-M. Third call, Hannah, B-O-H-M. All right, moving right along to Shannon Wolf.
Good evening. Several weeks ago, I saw a Channel 8 news report concerning the GISD Assistant Superintendent Dawson and his wife, also a GISD administrator, using the school plane to travel to Abilene to eat lunch with their daughter on her birthday. Not a gray issue, by the way. Mr. Dawson indicated that Mr. Glenn, or Dr. Glenn, and some of the school board members were aware of his actions. Also noted in the report that this trip was not the only one taken by Mr. Dawson this year. I fully expected the administration to address this issue and perhaps even tighten policies that concern the private use of school property. But it was not what happened. I was appalled when instead of handling this, stories were changed. It looks like a new policy was created and backdated, but I don't know. And an attorney was secured by Dr. Glenn. There was not a reprimand, nor was there transparency. So the people who might be implicated in wrongdoing hired an attorney to investigate this issue and then perhaps inserted themselves into the investigation. It did not look good, guys. So I looked at the Penal Code, Section 3902, and I think we've talked about it several times tonight. But I want to read it one more time. It says, a public servant commits an offense if, with intent to obtain a benefit, he intentionally or knowingly misuses government property or any other thing of value belonging to the government or school that has come into the public servant's custody or possession by virtue of the public servant's office or employment, like a plane. Mr. Dawson confessed to using the plane to fly him and his function, which was her birthday. Up to flying and that for his personal benefit and keep seeing his daughter and then also keeping his license current. Both of these that we know of were using government property for personal benefit by a public servant. I fully understand that Mr. Glenn and perhaps somebody on this board knew and approved of this. Unfortunately, nowhere in the penal code that I found nullifies the law. I have never in my life inserted myself in the public arena, nor have I ever circulated a petition until now. 6 days ago, I started a petition asking for an investigation that was both fair and unbiased. As of this evening, over 200 people from Granbury and Hood County have signed that petition asking for a fair and unbiased investigation into this. I don't know how many signatures I will have by January, but I will present that to you in January, and I hope I have over 1,000 by then, because I need you guys to hear me, hear us. We want an outside investigator to conduct an unbiased investigation and report directly to the citizens. I'm wrong. I am hoping that deed that happened, and if that is found by an unbiased investigator, I will be your biggest cheerleaders.
Your time is up, Mrs.
Thank you very
Ford.
much.
Thank you. Lon Wimberly.
My name is Lon Wimberly, 1708 Bent Tree Court, Granbury. I come on behalf just then as a flight instructor. I have over 10,000 hours as a instructor and 15,000 hours as a pilot. And all of that's very valuable as a pilot, such as we're talking about tonight, go out and fly the plane. My routine throughout the year is going to different companies around the country, flying with those pilots, and re-qualified for insurance purposes. All the underwriters recognize the training that I give them the equivalent to my employer that I worked for 33 years at Bell Helicopter. I know how important it is to fly and to fly regularly. So I commend a pilot that will give his own time to go out and fly. Working for Bell, at one point in time, we had a contract where we could go fly airplanes. I took advantage of that. Several times, took my family on trips with approval from my employer because they knew that I was giving my time to stay proficient in flying airplanes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wimberly. Todd Firk.
Greetings, Madam President and fellow Granburyites of the school board. I got a couple of things I want to share. My name's Todd Firkins. I live in Granbury over on the other side of 377, the non-traffic side of 377. I wanted to address a couple of key things, two primarily. First, I want to commend you on being a pioneer. Pioneers have arrows in the front side. You guys have been pioneers in aviation. We started an incredible program here. You got an incredible list of volunteers. A lot of ex-airline pilots, mechanics, Northrop Grumman guys from the old Carswell base, a lot of mentors involved in the school. I greatly commend you for that program. It's awesome. I've been around a lot of other school programs and never seen anything that really engages a community quite to that extent. So I want to commend you on a program. The pioneer aspect plane, and again, all this is pointing at one individual specifically. This was a board decision, and I commend you for taking the risk. We knew it was a risk when it came about, but it's a great thing to start aviation. The world is so short of pilots and mechanics today, it's going to really impact you as travelers and the rest of our society. If you look at any airline or any mechanic organization within those airlines or aviation industries, they're super short of both pilots and mechanics as well. So I want to commend you for that. I think this program has been good and great for engineering students. In the section that you put it in the agenda, it says discussion/action. I would say the action of the school board is to take this as a step to take significant action to develop this program. You've got a huge opportunity. There's no other school that does this. And you can really set some charted ground. You've got this great pool of mentors, and the action we should be talking about tonight is starting the maintenance program. The guys that aren't in the engineering program, the guys like me in high school, we were welding and building stock trailers out back because we weren't in the engineering classes. And to me, that's a great opportunity. We've got plane, you've got a pool of mechanics to work with. It's just missing some leadership, and I would challenge you there. The second point tonight, I'm a CFI myself, Certified Flight Instructor, commercial pilot, got my CFI 32 years ago. I've taught countless students. Discovery flight that the gentleman spoke about earlier, Mr. Bradshaw, that's a common thing. That's what you do to get the bug bit. That's what you take kids, that's what you take neighbors, that's what you take people on. It's not something that's cooked up, made up, or what have you. It's a common flight. That's something we do. The one thing that I would challenge tonight, I would challenge anybody that flew 17 times in 19 months whether they were current enough. It met the guidelines, but I would challenge you to keep the airplane. I would challenge you to get more pilots. Get each one of you started if you got interest in it. It's a great endeavor. And we need to develop our students. We need to be good role models. We don't need to be heckling in the back of the room just because we're in high school, acting like we're in high school. We need to be really advocating these kids.
Mr. Perkins, your time is up.
Okay, yes, thank you. Great program, great man. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Greg Harrell.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Glenn. Proverbs says, in Proverbs 11 and Proverbs 15, it says that in the multitude of counsel, there is wisdom or safety. So when this issue of the plane came up, I reached out to a friend of mine who has operated and administered really large organizations in the private sector, thousands of employees, and also operated as a CEO. He's a wise guy. And so I reached out to him. I just sent him a link to the WFAA report, and I just asked him, hands off, what's your insight? Here's what he said. There are units of the Civil Air Patrol that have the means to expose students to aviation. With minor funding from parents whose children benefit from this exposure, the students can get their license and can accumulate hours towards their certification. My friend, a young man, accumulated 300 hours of glider flight from the above program, and both his parents were school teachers with modest means. Further, parents who have the money to spend on their children can arrange for private lessons with certified pilots to teach their children to fly. I see no reason for a school district to purchase a plane to expose students to flying. The cost per student who gets exposed to flying would be prohibitive. And a school administrator is not the kind of salty pilot, his words, that you would want to use to expose kids to flying. I question the wisdom of the school district approving the purchase of a plane. According to the article, no other districts do this, for good reason. The liability insurance for this activity would be prohibitive. Somebody, and he puts in parentheses, I assume the assistant superintendent wanted to fly. If that is the case, he should pay market rate out of his own pocket for the experience. And he goes on to address some other issues about personnel because he's used to dealing with this kind of issue. What I would say is that as I listened to the attorney tonight that the district hired to address this issue, all I could think about when he was telling us about his investigation was, the quote from Josie Wales came to mind, and I'll censor it for you, but the quote is, "Don't bleep down my neck and tell me it's raining." Come on. You know, the issue here is not an issue of whether or not the program is good. I'll concede that the program is good. But the ownership of the plane, when you have a situation where you have teachers in the classrooms having to spend their own money to buy school supplies, and we have a $100,000 asset sitting out there that is costing money every day, that's not wise for you guys to do. That's an unwise decision. When we have school buses that are in need of maintenance over in the bus barn, and you guys have a $100,000 asset sitting out there, that's not a wise decision for you to make. All I would do is ask you to reconsider the ownership of the airplane and remove it as even an issue of integrity for your staff.
Thank you, Mr. Harrell. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ken Bull.
The violation of the penal code is cut and dry. It is black and white. All you have to do is read it. Right here's the book. If you want to borrow it, you're more than welcome to. I don't know Jimmy from anybody. He's probably a real nice guy, and we probably have a lot of things in common. He made a bad decision. Should he face criminal charges? I don't know. Should he still be involved in the program? Absolutely not. In any way, shape, form, or fashion. He has duties assigned to him as assistant superintendent, does he not? That's where he should be. Not down with students. He hasn't been with students from what I understand, before he was promoted. Be an administrator or be a teacher, one or the other. Number two, rather fast and rapid promotion from a library, bouncing around as a teacher at different places. She was a librarian, done acting for a little bit, and now she runs the library for the school. Right after he gets promoted, a couple of questions there should be addressed by the board.
Thank you, Mr. Bull. Jerry Ann Dewberry.
Thank you for letting me talk for just a second.
Will you pull the mic down a little closer to you? So, thank you.
Thank you for letting me talk for just a second. I've worked for the district for 23 years now. 14 of those have been with Mr. Dawson. And so as we're talking about some of this, and I don't get on social media a whole lot, but I've heard some rumors. I just really felt strongly that it needed to be said. When I think of Jimmy Dawson, integrity is the word that I have. I may not have always agreed with the decision that he made. 9 times out of 10, it was correct. But it was always about the students. It was always unselfish. He has a passion for this district, and he has a passion for thinking outside the box and bringing things to our kids that, honestly, I'm proud that we step out and do things that nobody else does. He was a principal at AMS for years, for somebody who was questioning, and he's right in there with the kids. And we did things that made our school better. And I was excited when he became assistant superintendent. So I just want to say my heart hurts because attacking a person's character on social media is shameful. And this man has given a lot to this district, and he is, again, when I hear his name, I think of integrity. He would never intentionally do anything that was selfish or that would bring shame on this district. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Ms. Dewberry. Dave Eagle. Dave Eagle, going once, going twice. Mr. Eagle? Because we only have 2 folks that did not want to speak to the issues on the agenda, we're going to ask them to go ahead and come and speak at this time. Dalen Caldwell. Dalen Caldwell. Chris Kaufman.
Good evening, and thank you for all you do, sitting up there for free. I can't thank you enough for what you do for us. Y'all got a tough job to do as our elected officials, and we appreciate you. I'm speaking to you as a citizen today. I know that I'm the city manager of Granbury, but I'm not here speaking on behalf of the city. I'm here speaking on behalf of me as a citizen of this GISD district, and how much I appreciate everything that y'all do for us. This is a great school. This is a great, great school. I've got people that come to work for me because they want their kids educated here. What an awesome thing y'all have done. Created an environment where kids can go to the military academies. through the shooting programs, all the different CTE programs. We've sent kids around the world to compete on F1 competition through the CTE program. We send kids all over the nation to compete, and they do well. And I want to thank y'all for that. You know, you come to a meeting like this, you hear about all the drudgery or whatever somebody wants to complain about. Let me tell you something. We're too blessed to be complaining about things. We live in a great city. We've got great leadership. We've got great people here. And while I'm on it, you know, I've known Mr. Dawson for over 3 decades. Half of my life I've known this man and his wife. They are people of integrity. They are born-again Christians. They believe in the Word of God. They live by it. And I'll go to bat for him any day of the week. But I'll tell you what, whenever we want to tear down somebody for a decision that was made in public is wrong. This man works for this school system. He reports to these people. He doesn't report to all of y'all. He reports to, that's a chain of command. You got a problem, you talk to them. You don't start putting it on Facebook about what some school employee did. You know, I saw all this through the library stuff. I'm sick about that. You've taken steps to mend that situation. Thank you. Thank you for taking care of things. And you know what? No school district is perfect. Not any individual is perfect. But I'd stand behind this man all day long, and if you fire him, I'm hiring him for something. I can guarantee you that. He's a man of integrity. He loves the Lord. He's got the same values that you have as a person. He's got the same values that I have as a person. We all report to the same God, and we're all held accountable at the end of the time. And you know what? I got a clear conscience about any decision he makes. So that's all I've got to say. I'm going to give you back 15 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. We have a couple of these that stuck together. Sherry Bierce. Sherry Bierce and Kelly Ford. Okay. We need to now go back to our item on our audit report. It was in our consent agenda. And we need to, I would entertain a motion to accept the audit report.
Madam President, I move that we that we approve the annual financial audit report for the year ending August 31st, 2022.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the audit report. Is there any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? Let the record show a vote of 7-0. The audit report was approved. At this time, we will go to our discussion and action items on 13A. Consider approval of the 6th grade health lessons by Brazos Pregnancy Center as part of the parent opt-in presentation.
Good evening, Board. How are you? In front of you, you have a request. Oh, I almost dropped my phone. Sorry. In front of you, you have a request for recommendation regarding the 6th grade community presentation by the Brazos Pregnancy Center. You have all the slides used in the presentation that was presented to and approved by the School Health Advisory Committee. This presentation is parental opt-in presentation, and only the students with parent permission will be allowed to view it. Once approved by you, the presentation will be posted on the website for all parents to preview as needed to consider whether they choose to opt in when their school gives them notification and possibility. Are there any questions?
I don't have any questions. I just want to say thank you for all y'all do. The Brazos Pregnancy Center always comes up with great program designed to use in our curriculum here, and it's just a real blessing for us to have that partnership with them.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Previously, the board did approve the presentations for 7th, 8th, 9th, and 11th, as well as the Child Advocacy Center for K-5.
Stacy, speak to what happens next, the next part of the process for this.
Sure. So the next part of the process is that the slides are put onto the website for parents to preview. At the SHAC meeting, Heather Buffkin did present the entire presentation that she does, and so that is also already available for everybody to see. And then when the school would like to send home the opt-in letter, they have to do it 2 weeks in advance of anything, and then the parents have the choice to opt in or to not be a part of it.
And where on the website can they access that information?
The specific SHAC information is under the SHAC committee minutes and videos of the meetings, and that's where her actual presentation is. And then the slides will be posted, Ms. Oliver.
Do I have a motion to approve the community service presentations to GISD campuses based on the recommendation of the local school health advisory committee?
Madam President, I move that we approve the 6th grade health lesson plans by the Brazos Pregnancy Center as part of the parent opt-in presentation.
I have a motion by Mrs. Gore.
And I will second that.
I have a second by Mrs. Thank you, Mrs. Okay, any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed, by the same sign. At this time, we will go to our technology plan. Mr. Wilson.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Glenn. Twice a year, I have the opportunity to get up here and stand in front of you. Once is to ask for money, and I'm sorry about that. And then this one is to tell you how we're doing and where we think we're going to need to be going. So this is a technology plan is a living document. We evaluate it twice a year. Officially, unofficially, we evaluate it monthly, weekly, whenever is needed. The idea is for us to provide children all the capabilities for them to maximize their potential, foster creativity, allow them to enhance their collaboration, communicate effectively, and think critically. Part of the things that we use to evaluate this information is we use our inventory, both our Chromebook data, our laptop data, our CTE data. We use campus improvement plans. We use usage data for the software that the children are using. We also use surveys like Bright Bites data. Allow this to gather information to provide to you. I know we gave you a large 30-page document with a lot of information, and I will not go with that word for word. Some more information we like to use. So PEIM Snapshot. PEIM stands for Public Education Information Management System. It is how we get our information and how we get our base funding for all of our children. We use this information and how many students are enrolled in the entire education and try to derive how many devices we're going to need both this year and for years coming. Our anticipated growth from last year to this year was almost 200 children, so we need 200 more devices. We are trying to get to a one-to-one community, but we keep growing, and we have to spend more money to do that. We also have to spend more money on the repairs of the devices that are old and ancient. So just give you an idea of where that is. We also would like to decrease our digital footprint. We want to teach staff and students how to be safe online, how to be responsible, respectful, safe, and not drive up a lot of emotion. And another thing we want to include is our cybersecurity. And just to give you a framework, this one falls near and dear to my heart. We knock down approximately 65,000 attempts a day from people trying to get in from different countries, even locally in the United States. We're looking at with about 45,000 per hour on just people trying to get in. If you look at the information that we hold, 9,000, 8,000 students, and still social security numbers that have never been used. Those are the things that we're trying to safeguard, all of their information, all of your information. So that's why it's near and dear to my heart. And again, I just want to state that our technology plan is a living document, an evaluation semi-annually, and ensure our goals and objectives remain aligned. Technology must support teachers as they move from simply believing in power technology to leveraging it in a classroom. And as technology evolves and our district grows, we must continually monitor and adjust our resources for all grade levels on a regular basis. Is there any questions?
Board
Brent.
mem- Oh, excuse me.
Oh.
Any questions from board me? Dr. Glenn?
No, I want to commend Mr. Wilson. When he started as our tech director, he'd been with the district a year and was kind of thrown into this role. And it was probably like drinking from a fire hose.
A little bit.
And he and his team have done a great job of really securing our network. And cybersecurity plays such a huge role in protecting not only our important data, but our finances as well. And you see those reports in the news where districts or companies get hacked. And I can tell you that this man, his heart is to make sure that our information, our school is protected. So you're doing a great job, and we appreciate you. And you're still nervous when you speak, but it's not quite as noticeable.
Not as bad.
Mr. Wilson, I want you to be sure to take back the message to all of your specialists in technology.
Yes, ma'am.
The appreciation that we hear every day from staff, from teachers, for how quickly you respond, how well you do, how you make their jobs easier. So thank you not only for a great report, but for the service you provide, not only in keeping us safe from hackers, but
Thank you. That really means a lot to me.
any questions? At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the technology plan as presented.
So moved.
A motion from Mr. Moore. Do I have a second?
A second.
A second. Thank you, Mr. Wimberly. I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, show of hands. Let the record show a vote 7-0 to approve the technology plan. Now going to Ms. Clark.
Good evening. I am excited to bring you a proclamation for the Purple Star School Program. The Texas Education Agency recognizes Texas districts and charter schools that show their support and commitment to meeting the unique needs of military-connected families and students. The special honor is called the Purple Star Campus Designation, and it was created by the 86th Texas Legislature through Senate Bill 1557. It is our desire and our intention for our Granbury ISD schools to put in place the processes to welcome and even ease the transition for our military families that come and make Granbury their home. So it is my recommendation that the board pass and approve the Purple Star School Program Proclamation as presented in your board book.
And Tammy, am I correct that this is the first step in the process to getting all of our campuses designated as Purple Star campuses?
Yes. I'll just go through the process pretty quickly. So there are a few different steps that are required by TEA. One of them is for the campus to designate a campus-based military liaison. Our principals are working on that, deciding who they're going to dedicate to that job. And their job is to put in place some PD for our teachers, for welcoming military families, and then put in place family support when those families come to Granbury ISD. Then create and maintain an easily accessible webpage for family support, and Lisa Oliver has been working very hard behind the scenes to make that happen for our whole district, and that's in place. And then a campus transition program, so the campuses with their liaison have to have a transition program. The goal there is to introduce school processes and procedures and introduce those families and new students to the school environment. They have to designate some leaders and ambassadors, and a lot of them already have those in place for a lot of our new students anyway. And get some newcomer social events or guiding campus tours, like take them to their classes and make sure they know where they're going. And be a lunch friend for the first week, or some of the examples that they give for how to welcome those students to campus. And then the choice of initiatives. Some of the initiatives can be a resolution such as this one, so that we're putting it in place, saying that it's our intention. Participate in November's
Military Family Month, or April's Month of the Military Child. So highlighting our students that we already have in our district that are there. And then a partnership with the school liaison. We have a contact at JRB Fort Worth for the school liaison for our area. And so those are the things that we're putting in place. It is our intention in April for as many campuses as possible to apply and become Purple Star designated.
Thank you very much, Tammy. Anything, folks, that we can do to show any kind of honor to the men and women who have served our country, our schools certainly should step up. I would entertain a motion that the board pass and approve the Purple Star School Program proclamation as presented. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Madam President.
A motion by Mrs. Gore.
And I will second.
Second by Ms. Townsend. Any discussion?
Tammy, do we have any idea about how many military families we have in the school district right now? Just out of curiosity. No? Okay. Oh, that's okay.
Actually, Dr. Glenn, are we in a position where we get any funds for our military students whose parents are on active duty?
I don't believe so. There are some benefits, like they can go to Emma Robertson to the full day pre-K, and so there are benefits the government allows for military families, and so certainly we encourage and try and inform all of those parents as to how many families we have that are military families in GISD. Tammy can run that report, and I'll include it in the recap on Thursday.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? All in favor of approving passing and approving the Purple Star School Program proclamation as presented by show of hands? Opposed, same sign. Let the record show by 7-0 that passes. Now we are going to Dr. Glenn.
Thank you, Madam President. This is an item on the agenda that was brought to your attention last month, and then no action was taken, so that this month it could be reconsidered with our two new trustees. It is considered the approval of turf and LED lighting replacement for GISD athletics. Trustees, as you know, the turf field has reached the end of its lifespan, along with the LED lighting. Chad Cheesy, I believe, is our head football coach. I'm going to ask him to come to the podium. He can answer specific questions related to the field. Ordinarily, our athletic director, Dwight Butler, would be here, but he's recovering from an accident, and we wish him well and a speedy recovery.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Glenn. As Dr. Glenn stated, I'm here on behalf of Coach Butler and really any activity, club, student that uses Pirate Stadium or the pavilion for the current situation of our turf in both facilities and the lighting at Pirate Stadium. At this point, I'll answer any questions that you might have, but the majority of that information is in your packet from the last meeting.
I have some questions. Is the FSG bid still valid? The original bid was only good for 30 days, and it was dated November 4th of 2022. So is that bid still good?
Ms. Graff, that bid will still be good. I've had Hussein check on that, the purchasing department. They did verify that we were good to come to this month with that meeting.
And then another question, did Hellas provide another bid? Their bid was dated October 12th of 2022.
That's the only
Or
one.
is that still the same as well?
It's the same issue, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Have you looked at injury reports to players on turf versus grass?
That's a hot topic right now, especially in the NFL. It depends on who the author is, on the information you're going to get. I did have reached out and got some literature on that, and depending on which turf you go with, specifically the one we're going with, the injury rates has come back down, and they're really about the same on grass versus turf. Nice plush grass field, very, very nice, but not applicable at this level when compared to like a Division I college who only uses it 5 times for a home game.
Thank you. And then have you done a cost comparison, turf versus grass, like the cost of turning the field over to grass and the cost of the maintenance, water, fertilizer for 8 years? And will the cost and the maintenance include the stripping of the field with the lines, or would that striping be done by maintenance or by the coach?
So I have a cost analysis over a period of time for grass versus turf, maybe not to the extent that of all the questions that you asked that I can bring to you right now if you would like to view it.
Yes, please, thank you.
Yeah, and quickly, Mr. Whitefield, I know it wasn't too long ago, I guess 10 years ago, that the district had grass field instead of turf. And so Scott Campbell was our maintenance director then, and he still is now. You had the opportunity to visit with him about the annual cost.
The annual cost with fertilizer and maintenance of the field, the striping, the painting, of course, maintenance weekly, would run us between 50 and 70 grand a year.
I assume that's such a large number because it includes labor costs associated.
Everything included in that, yes, sir. And then when you're looking at grass, I believe in the past, we replaced that grass field about every 3 to 4 years. So that's a complete revamp of that field.
And that striping has to be done weekly, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So that would make the field unusable by other activities while that was getting
That is
done?
correct. And if there's rain, you couldn't have any other activities on there.
Yeah.
That would be difficult for band to be on there, for drill team, for cheerleaders. It would be strictly for Friday nights. You couldn't even have practice on there.
Thank you.
And given what the weather has been like this last week, we could not have had anybody on the field for the last 2 weeks.
I will defer to Coach Cheesy, but I would believe he would agree with that.
So yes, I have a prime example of that. If you'll think back to the week we were out for Thanksgiving, a neighboring school district reached out to use practice on our field because their field was too wet. And when coaches talk about too wet, it's not that you couldn't put a kid on it, but what's the damage going to be after the practice or the activity to the field for the remainder of the spring or the fall or whatever season we're in. And so that's a great example of what just happened a few weeks ago. Unfortunately, you have to take care of our own, and once I gave that local school district or neighboring school district the times of our soccer teams that were practicing, they decided to go elsewhere.
Another question, sorry. Also, I know we'd have to replace the turf in 8 years, so can they give a projected cost of what that might look like in 8 years? Because I believe the warranty is only good for 8 years, is that correct?
The warranty is minimum of 8 years. What I will tell you is the current turf that we have is, think of your carpet, it's sitting on pebbles or stone. And so the bottom side is wearing out from sitting on that versus sitting on a pad. What we've proposed to y'all is to put this on a pad. And what they're seeing is the life is going beyond 10 years. They don't have enough data yet because the pad hasn't been out long enough to give you exact, but by protecting the bottom side of the turf, then that's going to lengthen the life of the turf. In addition, that pad, the foundation, has a 25-year guarantee. So whenever, 8, 10, 12 years from now, when we have to replace the turf or think of your carpet, the pad doesn't come back up. It's good for 25 years, which could be 2 life cycles of turf, or it might be 3 life cycles of turf, depending on how often we have to replace the turf. So that fee would not come back. It would just be the top portion, which is the turf. There would be no foundation work for the next 2 cycles, or 25 years, maybe longer.
And my last question.
Yes, ma'am.
Does the Ethotherm and the Cush Drain, do they come with a warranty?
The Cush Drain is the pad, and it does. The Ecotherm is simply the infill, and so the infill is good as long as the turf is good. And then when you replace the turf, then you replace the infield. And I haven't done it enough, Ms. Graff, to know if when they replace the turf, if they pull all the turf off and vacuum up the infill and then use it again, like is it still good? Or do they actually bring back new infill? I don't have that answer for you, but I have a guy on speed dial should you want that answer.
They actually, I've seen it done, they actually roll it up with the infill in it and just get rid of it all.
All of it, okay.
And that pad that you're talking about, that adds an extra layer of like safety for our students, correct?
Absolutely. It's gonna increase the impact ratio of players, athletes hitting the turf, which is only gonna help in when you're talking about concussion issues. Yeah, great question, and yes, it does help. Whereas like right now, it's sitting on hard pebbles, I mean, essentially. So the only cushion there is the infill rubber. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I have one question for him.
Ms. Lowry?
On here on the maintenance and labor under the synthetic, what would be the $13,750 a year? What would that cost be for? Is it just labor? Yeah, maintenance labor? Okay.
Yes, and we have to, there's a fee in there, we have to sterilize it, I mean, it gets dirty, that didn't cost that much, but that's just the maintenance and labor of it, so.
The $13,000, if it was specifically to this year, it may have been to add the extra pellets on, because that was about what the cost was. Am I correct, Mr. Whitefield?
That sounds familiar. The 13,000 was the extra infill that we had this year that helped the district pass the GMAX, I believe is what it was.
Are you looking at which report? Is it a district report? Oh, you're looking at that, okay. So pretty much what they did is they went in, they just divided out what it would cost you per year, because you're going to have an upfront fee and balance that out over every year. But yes, there is a little bit of maintenance. There is no water. You do have to drag it to keep the infill level. And then you also have to, we sterilize it at least once a year just because of the sweat and sometimes, unfortunately, blood and anything else that gets on the field.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? So the proposal before us, the recommendation is that the board approve the design-build method as the best value to the district, method of record, as well as recommend that the board approve Hellas Construction as the vendor at a cost of $193,710 for the Pirate Pavilion and $519,345 for the Pirate Stadium. Coach Butler also recommends adding the matrix helix and constrained shock attenuation pad for additional cost of $242,170. The total expenditure of the turf renovation turnkey project is $955,255. Coach Butler also recommends adding the Ecotherm, which lowers the turf temperature, for an additional $137,255, bringing it to a grand total of $1,092,480. The lighting installation is a turnkey project that budgets $98,273.82 for the parts and $91,691.42 for the labor, for an expenditure of $189,965.24.
The Ecotherm that you talk about, will that extend the life of the turf?
Not to my knowledge. Again, I have a guy on speed dial that I can call, but not to my knowledge. An infill is an infill. Essentially what that does is that lowers the temperature of the turf, which in turn can keep our athletes or any whoever's on the turf safer. And it can, because of when you combine, so let me give you an example of turf now. The black rubber pellets taken in the UV rays, when those UV rays shine on it, August through July through September, the actual temperature on the turf is about 20 to 25 degrees hotter than the actual air temperature. So my answer to your question is, if you put the Ecotherm infill in there and it's keeping the turf cooler, I would think it would extend the life of the turf, but I don't have a definite answer for you just because you're keeping the turf. You're still getting the UV rays, but you're keeping the temperature of the turf cooler.
Is that a new technology?
Yes, very new. And so what it does is it traps moisture, whether it be rain or dew, like today it was just kind of misty, and then it releases that over a said period of time, keeping the turf cooler. And I've talked to a few coaches that have it. It depends on which team puts in turf, what they decide to do. And they said it's a noticeable difference. Whereas now it's a noticeable difference when you walk on it in August. It's hot. But you have to have an infill, and Ecotherm is a new technology of a way to keep the turf cooler and the people that are on it cooler.
So Board, there are also two required electrical engineer and an independent GEI engineer included in the bids. So your motion should be that for the total project with Ecotherm at $1,172,190.24, and the total project that was without, and with the Ecotherm is $1,309,445.24, is according to the information in our book. Dr. Glenn.
No, thank you, Madam President. I will say this. I know Coach Sheezy and both Coach Sheezy and Coach Butler really like the Ecotherm. Just one of my only concerns with it, and I think it's probably a great product, but something that is such a new technology that we haven't seen tested over a decade or even a half a decade. My concern would be to jump out there because it's $132,000, and so we're already in the process of spending over $1 million. So as we just try and be good stewards and maybe save a little bit of funding, that seems to be the location where we can save it without compromising the integrity of the base or the quality of the field to keep our athletes safe. And I'm going to assume probably 90% of the fields we play on, maybe 100% this year, were the black pellets.
Absolutely. And at this point, we're just going to be thankful for the turf. I'm real quite honest with you. I mean, it's in bad shape. It really is.
And the Ecotherm, like after some time goes by and there's more data on it, if that's something we decide we wanted to add later, that's something we could do later down the road.
Right. And ideally, it would be when you replace the turf the next time. But yeah, rubber pellets, Ecotherm, we need turf.
Hey, I would entertain a motion.
Madam President, I'll try this. I move that we accept the Hellas proposal for the Pirate Pavilion, Stadium, the Matrix Helix, and the Cush Drain, minus the Ecotherm and the electrical FSG proposal for the lighting is proposed.
You have a motion. Before you do, I have a second.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Melanie.
I just have a comment. I'm not opposed to this. It's just the amount of money. So I just want to make that comment and put that out there for the public to understand that. There's a lot of needs, and it's a lot of money. It's just a comment.
I do have one question. When we had talked earlier, we had talked about the fact that the stadium, just having the heat all the time and the work on it all the time, that's what made it wear out faster than the 10 years we at first thought might last. Is the pavilion in the same situation? It's covered.
Correct. The difference there is it was put in 21 years ago.
Oh, okay.
When it was originally built. And so we've really got our money's worth with that turf. Now, you can walk down the sideline of it and you can see it splitting at the seams, but we've got 21 years out of it. And I was explaining to someone today, I didn't do this study, but I could make an argument that turf gets used as much or more than the game field, simply because of its proximity to the weight room. So when you consider a team in off-season, they can roll right out of the weight room into the pavilion to do their agility work cardio work, ladders, cones, whatever. In addition to that, we see ROTC down there frequently in the afternoons. That place is covered up in the afternoons with kids, whether it's ROTC or athletes. And so I could make the argument that it gets used more, but because it's, now it gets hot in there, but it doesn't get the UV rays.
Right.
And so because it's covered, we have really exceeded our life expectancy of that turf. But walking on that turf, it feels like the old AstroTurf. I mean, it's hard, and we've got our money's worth out of that.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, in 10 years, when we have to change again, we may not have to change the pavilion.
I would make a strong case that you won't have to change that again for, well, I won't put a year out there, but not the next life cycle of turf on the field. No way.
Very good. Thank you.
You'll be just fine with, yes, ma'am.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? All in favor of approving these, the motion as stated by Mr. Wimberly, show of hands. All opposed? Let the, Mrs. Graff opposes. Let the record show that the motion passes 6-1.
Thank you all.
Thank you for coming, Coach. The next item is the ratification of the attorneys. Dr. G.
Thank you, Madam President. The ratification agreement between KBS Law Group and Granbury ISD sets before you. Again, you heard the presentation from Mr. Bradshaw. Felt like it was important to have an independent study done, especially given the close working relationship I have with Mr. Dawson. I don't have a background in aviation, and certainly I consulted our own legal counsel, who said that it would be wise, should this become an escalated personnel matter, to have outside counsel do discovery. So the motion before you is to ratify that agreement.
Do I have a motion?
Madam President, I move that we ratify the agreement with KBS Law Firm.
Thank you, Ms. Gore. Do I have a second?
And I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Discussion.
Yes, I have something to say. I have a problem with the way it originated in the first place, because it wasn't brought before the board. It was just superintendent and the president who made the decision. So I think it lacks transparency. And I don't believe that, because of that, I don't believe it was a fair and unbiased investigation. And those are just my comments.
And I think that's great insight, Ms. Graft. I would just remind everybody that it's not uncommon. Every month, we bring before the board purchases. In fact, our policy allows for purchases up to $100,000 to be made by the district, then ratified by the board. And so it's not an uncommon practice, but I certainly understand your concerns and appreciate them.
I would just like to say that because of the heat in the community and the comments that were being made, and you were within your authority, and I certainly appreciate you talking with Ms. Townsend about it, but you have the authority to make those decisions. I personally, if we'd have waited until tonight to approve that hiring, we would be January at least or later because of the holidays. And I thought it was a good idea that y'all went ahead and did it. As a matter of fact, I thought it was a great idea.
Yeah, and I was going to say, I appreciate you reaching out to us by email, because you did let all the board members know that that was going to be your recommendation, so that it would be outside investigation and unbiased. And I believe that that is what our community wants.
But also, shouldn't we all have been notified? Yes, we were by email, but the fact that then we needed to make a decision and ratify something then, as opposed to having the investigation done, hiring the person, and then coming and ratifying, is that a normal practice?
Yeah, and again, you'll find that it's not uncommon for the district to make purchases and then for trustees to come in and ratify those purchases. And so certainly as we move through the process, you're going to find that more and more common. There are thresholds that have to come before the board, so purchases over $100,000 will obviously have to come before you before we just go out and purchase them. But it is not uncommon for the district to make purchases, and you can imagine the amount of purchases that we make with a $80+ million budget. Every one of them does not come to the board before the purchase is actually made. Emmett, you want to add anything to that?
Board policy allows us to make purchases between $50,000 and $100,000 as long as we do it through a approved procurement method, and then we bring it to you as a categorical spending on that month. And we do that at the end of the board meetings typically, and for that month. But it's typically for purchases, single purchases between $50,000 and $100,000. So anything below the $100,000 mark, we typically make those. We do the PO, we actually make the purchase, and then we bring it to you as informational.
And this is going to be well below that mark.
And we as a board have approved that policy, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, any other questions? All in favor of ratifying that with the attorney, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Let the record show the vote is 6-0 with Mrs. Graff voting no. 6-1. Sorry, I said it with her voting no, and it's late in the evening. We'll go to the next item on the agenda, and that's the back to the airplane. Courtney. Courtney called last 3 weeks ago, when all of this began to get hot in the community, and said, can we put this on the agenda? At that time, there was no indication that there would be a full report in time for this board meeting. And she asked me if I would give her a second, and we talked about the pros of getting to it early and those things that we might need to wait on. And we decided to put it in full transparency, to put it on here so that you folks knew that we wanted a transparent, fair evaluation of the situation. After we put it on the agenda, I will tell you that I am very pleased with the report. My heart burns because some of you heard the report and still are not sure that it was a fair and unbiased report. But we asked that it be put on there. I don't know that we necessarily wanted a vote of any kind, but perhaps we do. Courtney, you want to take it from there?
Well, I just think maybe we should take some of the recommendations from the report, do that cost analysis. I don't know if it's already being worked on.
Yeah, yes, Ms. Gore, and the cost analysis is being worked on. Earlier tonight, I didn't anticipate having Mr. Gibson have to answer the question at that point, but he is really dialed in not only on the cost of owning a plane and having our own CFI, our own certified flight instructor, and what that would cost students, but he's also looked at it as owning a plane and using the flight instructors from in the pattern flight school. And he's also looked at it from the position of the district not owning an airplane at all and using in the pattern planes and in the pattern instructors. And so he's broken down all three of those for you to consider. And I think there are advantages and disadvantages to all of them. And then certainly this is, if you look for a silver lining in this, not only is it in tightening protocols for the district, but it's certainly really redefining where we're at, because we were a tip of the spear district with this flight program, and so now it is what do we really want to accomplish out of it. And if I can just indulge for a second, the fact that we're 56% economically disadvantaged, it's hard for a lot of kids to come up with $50 or $75 or $125 an hour to fly an airplane. And so knowing that if we own our own plane and we have our own CFI, we can certainly reduce those costs. But what happens after they get their pilot's license and they graduate. I mean, you still have to go up to maintain your certification. And so then the question becomes, have we given them a certification that from a fiscal standpoint, maybe they can't maintain? And is that really the best, is that really the best endeavor of the program? So as we look for a silver lining in this, there are a lot of conversations we're having. I know Mr. Gibson probably tonight before he goes to bed will share the data he has with you. And if you want to dig into the numbers, Todd Gibson is the guy that can dig into those numbers. He is spreadsheet after spreadsheet after spreadsheet looking at this.
And are we going to come up with a more, I guess, comprehensive manuals and protocols in place?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we've actually reached out to some contacts we had at Southwest Airlines. We reached out to some local pilots. We have some Eagles Nest mentors. I say Eagles Nest. I guess we're not really Eagles Nest anymore, but our mentors that help build the airplane that are with us tonight. And so we absolutely are working to strengthen all of our protocols. And so there's things that just as we get into this, and I'm not a pilot, I can't tell you what color the seats are in the airplane. But what I can tell you is that there are things that that need to be in flight protocols, like when do you take a plane up? What time of day should it be? What should the weather be like? What should the wind conditions be? And
Contact me by email and say, I understand Dr. Glenn has used it to fly to Colorado to a ski trip. And I said, I don't know, but I'll ask.
Mark assures me that it's safer than driving, but I don't know. Seems like a lot of metal up in the air.
Madam President, the lawyer's number one recommendation was to establish written guidelines and protocols on the operation of the district aircraft and clarify and authorize appropriate use of the aircraft. I'm set in on a group of pilots, Mr. Gibson, over 100,000 flight hours of individuals that are sitting in on this policy to try and come up with protocols and how to operate this aircraft. They're meeting tomorrow again. I plan to be at that meeting. I'm not really active in it, but I am monitoring it, and there are some good recommendations and discussions on the use of that aircraft should we decide to keep it.
Thank you.
There's no motion for action. So we'll go on to the next.
I have one comment I want to say.
I'm sorry.
With all that we're saying, when and how are we going to decide whether or not to keep that airplane?
I would think that we would wait for a report back from these folks that are working on the protocol.
That seems to me to say that we're definitely keeping the airplane. So you're wanting to see the protocol and then decide whether or not you want to keep the airplane?
No.
I think the protocols are going to talk about conditions for any student getting into any plane. Is that your understanding too, Mr. Wimberly? So whether even if we put a student in a plane for in the pattern, there are certain guidelines and rules that we want followed. And without getting into too much detail, we know sometimes pilots make decisions to go up into the air, and those decisions in hindsight were not good decisions. And we know that played out recently with friends of ours. And so we want to make sure anybody taking up any of our students has very specific guidelines for taking those kids up.
And the flight school itself has its own protocols, in the pattern does, and these policies that would be put forth by the school might be in excess of that, maybe saying it'd be more restrictive. So I would expect that coming forth will be some policies that no more than 10-page document that would cover all the protocols and expectations of how that aircraft is used and who authorizes certain things with the aircraft as discussed by the lawyer.
So it sounds like it'd be more of a cost analysis issue that would drive that decision.
And I think I think the cost analysis is going to be ready quickly.
Okay.
Yes, I think we need to have that cost analysis because we do have buses that are in very bad shape, and we need to see that monthly cost, however, what that is, what it's costing us per child.
And then one thing I do want to clarify about CTE that people may not be aware of is, so for example, if we did decide not to keep the plan and we sold it, those funds can only be used in the CTE program. They can't be used to go.
Buy a bus.
Right, exactly. So that is,
So
CTE funds are completely separate. So we couldn't take any of those funds that we would possibly be saving on the CTE side and then spend them somewhere else.
Yeah, that's fine, but maybe we could buy a simulator with it instead of a real airplane.
Any further discussion? Okay, there being no motion, we'll move on to Ms. Graff, amendments to board operating procedures.
So I wanted to discuss, first of all, the first thing I wanted to discuss was this is not the verbiage that I had for what I wanted to put on the agenda was discuss and take appropriate action to modify our SOPs, policy reference, BE legal, BE local, BJA legal, BJA local, from 2 trustees agreeing to place the subject on the agenda back to 1 trustee. So my first issue is that the wording, and not only that, but I believe this, on the agenda, this was also, it's 2 separate issues because Karen had a specific issue and so did I. So I would like to politely ask that in the future, the wording of what we would like to place on the agenda is not changed. And then to move forward with that, I would just ask that I'd just like to make a motion that we move to modify our SOPs back to the way it used to be. Also, before I forget, there's also under developing the board agenda, in our SOPs on page 5, which was revised in June of 2022, there's a correction that needs to be made. It currently reads, when 3 or more members of the Board of Trustees. That needs to read 2 because it's incorrect. But I'd like to make a motion that we go from 2 trustees back down to 1.
Have a motion before you. Do you have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second. Discussion? Is there any discussion? Well, I will tell you, we passed this in June, and I was asked for the first time to be someone's second, so I don't know. All right. No discussion?
With it requiring 4 people to amend anything or bring anything to fruition, having 2 people do that is, I think, appropriate. Matter of fact, I would say 3 people would be okay to approve something to go on an agenda item. But I would speak against that and be for keeping it the way that it is.
I would just like to remind people that we are elected by our constituents, and when we silence a trustee, which is exactly what happened on June 2nd, when it was changed from 1 to 2, we are not just only silencing the trustee, we are silencing the voters. And that's something we need to keep in mind.
Have you been denied any agenda items? Well, you're saying you've been silent, so I'm just asking for
I
clarification.
have asked to put things on the agenda that have not been put on the agenda.
So they were denied?
I would say if I've asked and they've not been put on the agenda, that would be definition of, yeah.
I know you haven't personally asked me to be a second for anything, so I haven't denied you, so.
I didn't ask you.
Right, that's what I'm saying. If you're saying somebody else has, have you reached out to other trustees to see if?
I have reached out to other trustees.
Okay.
Well, you've never reached out to me, Melanie. So.
No, I haven't reached out to you, but I've reached out to others.
Well, I would, I know we made this decision back in June, and it wasn't for naught. There was reason behind it, and if a trustee doesn't have a second with the first person that they talk to, there's other trustees that you can talk to and reach out to that maybe would be your second. It's really more about just making sure that you're prepared, you have your agenda item the way you need it worded so that you can get what you're trying to accomplish done. And sometimes it helps to have someone to bounce those ideas off of.
And a second also allows it to get to the discussion phase.
Correct, because without that second, it doesn't get discussed.
And if, once it gets to the agenda, it may or may not require a lot of time by administrators to prepare the background information, because that's an issue that if you know you're going to get a second, then at least two of us want it on the agenda.
Because, yeah, sometimes there's reports that need to be made, there's a lot of information or discovery that need to be done. So, yeah, it definitely is something that's advantageous for us to have.
Is it not, we are not all individual people, that we can do our own research and make our own wording on our own agenda and then bring it forward?
You certainly can do that. It's often when something's put on the agenda, it requires information from our administrators to spend time and effort in researching the information that's asked for.
So that one person that wants to put something on the agenda can't go to an administrator themselves and ask to have something put on there?
They would have to have a second, like you second Ms. Graff's agenda item tonight.
You can still request information.
No, I think what Melanie's talking about and what we were understanding is, if I want to put something on the agenda, I have to go get her approval too, and then the two of us have to say it's okay.
It's not necessarily approval, it's a second. So it's more about having someone to bounce your ideas off of and making sure, like, you've got all the information ready and prepared to go before the board to make a decision.
So I think all the people that voted for me probably voted because they thought I was intelligent enough to do that.
I'll call for the vote. All in favor of going back to not having, for having any individual on the board who wants to put something on the agenda, for it to be put on without a second person. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed, raise your hand. Let the record show that the motion failed 5-2. Going to the last item, which is an item of information only, and I believe Ms. Lowry.
Madam President, I believe that there were two amendments that they wanted to make to the SOP.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I have the same issue. Melanie and I are separate trustees. We submitted two different agenda items, so I respectfully ask, just as this point was just made, that our agenda items are not put together. The public needs more information on the discussion action items. They're vague and they do not give the public the information necessary to ask questions that they may have about the subject. So what I'd like to suggest is take the discussion action and move it on the agenda so they are above the public comments, so the public can hear what we have to say about the item, and then they can comment on their questions, and then we'll come back and vote on it after they've commented on their questions. Make sense?
So are you making a motion? Was that a motion?
I will make that motion,
Okay.
yes, that we move the agenda items around so that the discussion and action items are above the public comments, and then we'll come back after the public comments, so that way it gives the public more information about what we're talking about, and then we'll come back and vote on it afterwards.
So you want to move the public comments, before we go into our action items on the agenda, you want to move those after that?
Yes, move the action items up here, then put the public comments, then we come back and vote on all this, because the public wants to know what's going on, and then they want to be able, then we can listen to what they have to say, help make a decision, and then have the consent agenda after that.
And I'll second that.
Okay, a motion to put the public comments after the agenda items. Motion by Mrs. Lowry, seconded by Mrs. Graff. Any comments or discussion?
I have a question. I want to just make sure I'm understanding. So, for example, we have our discussion action. You're saying that we would go through, consider, do our discussion of each one of these items, but not make any decisions, then open it up for open it up for questions. So we'd have to stop everything, let them write out their questions so that they could turn it in, and then we would listen to that, and then we would go back on each one of those and make a decision?
Well, if they've already come up and talked about something, like they have now, what we want to do is then they could just come right back up. They don't have to fill out forms and turn it back in. If they want to speak on that and they've turned something in and they've spoken on it. It's just a matter of the public being allowed to speak on something, because then what happens is we talk about it and then they may have another question, and if we vote on it, then it's done and gone, and they never get any time to give any more information about what they want to say.
When the advantage of having the public comments prior to any action we take or anything we say, we have what they feel before we actually take an action. I don't know if that's positive or negative, but it certainly, would be the purpose, I would think. Ms. Townsend, you might correct me if I'm wrong, but.
Well, I understand that, but after we discuss it, they may want to add something to what they had to say, or maybe a question that they didn't think because they didn't know the information.
Well, actually, by law, the only place that they can speak is the public comment section, and there can be no interaction between the public and the board by law during the discussion of an action item.
Okay.
So we have a motion before us to move the, and a second from Ms. Graff, to move the comment section after the action items. Am I right? And that's what you stated, but then when you explained it, then you wanted an opportunity for a second comment section, so I guess I'm confused.
From just what I read from it earlier was the discussion action should move on the agenda above the public comments. So the public can hear what we have to say, and then they come back and then they can ask questions.
Okay?
So would we go through each agenda item and then they come back, or would they come back accordingly to the individual items? Like discussing.
You have her motion to put them before.
Okay.
So, you have a motion and a second. All in favor of it, raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Let the record show that the motion fails with Mrs. Lowry and Ms. Graff voting for it, the rest of the board voting against it. And then we will move to Ms. Lowry. I think you asked for an information item on the agenda.
What I had asked for was a report on where we are on the books.
Right.
And what this says is, as far as inappropriate library and classroom material policies and procedures. And I know that we keep saying that we have this procedure and it's all in place. I know there are a lot of parents that have come and said they either missed it or they didn't know, or what are they talking about? I didn't see it when we signed up the kids. But as far as all of those kinds of policies go, TEA policy EFB local, page 6, 6/3/2022. A major criterion for the final decision on challenging library material is the appropriateness of the resource for its intended educational use. The plurality opinion of the Supreme Court case Board of Education versus PICO, then it says CEF legal, shall use as a standard that no challenged instructional resource shall be removed solely because of the ideas expressed therein. But the opinion allows the removal of materials because they are pervasively vulgar and based upon the lack of educational suitability of the library material. They refer to EF legal, page 1, 10, 21, 21. A district may remove materials because they are pervasively vulgar or based solely upon the educational suitability of the books in question. TASB Legal Services 2021 has a very long paragraph talking about the inappropriate vulgar content for schools, and it says, can officials remove content that's vulgar, obscene, or pornographic? And then it says, the power to determine what is vulgar, lewd, and plainly offensive lies first with the administrators and ultimately with the school board. In 2022, TASB dropped the vulgar, lewd, and inappropriate for school-aged readers in 2022. Didn't say why. The policies and procedures for the sexually explicit, age-inappropriate, perversely vulgar, and lacking educational suitability go with the statute of 4323, obscenity. The obscenity applies, and there are no exclusions for education in the Penal Code 4323. A definition of obscene is obscene behavior, language, images, indecency, and immorality. I have also the Supreme Court case of the PICO case, and in paragraphs 193 through 197, they talk about how this has been discussed then with the Supreme Court. They talk about the reasoning for this and talking about how secondary and secondary schools are inculcative in nature, and the libraries of such schools serve as supplements to this inculcative role. Unlike the university or public libraries, elementary and secondary school libraries are not designed for freewheeling inquiry. They are tailored as the public school curriculum is tailored to the teaching of basic skills and ideas. Justice Brennan cannot rely on the nature of the school libraries to escape the fact that the First Amendment right to receive information simply has no application to the one public institute on which its very nature is a place for the selective conveyance of ideas. That means that none of these children are having their First Amendment rights violated. And after all is said, the most obvious reason that petitioner's removal of the books did not violate the respondent's right to receive information is the ready availability of the books elsewhere. They can go to the public library, they can go borrow it from a friend, they can go to a lot of other bookstores. The government as educator does not seek to reach beyond the confines of the school. Indeed, following the removal from the school library of the books at issue, in this case, the local public library, put all 9 books on display. So, the education of the children's minds at GISD and their successful future are the responsibility of the adults. So I would like to say, I believe that we need to not go through all of these other things, considering our own TEA policy says that we don't have to, and that we should be sequestering all of these kinds of books, obscenity books, out of the libraries and put them somewhere, probably this building, so that they're not in the hands of children, and that includes the English Lit classes and the AP classes, because there's no place for obscenity in schools as dictated by ASB and both their policies and TEA. So I would like to move that we take them out, we sequester them, and then we'll go through figuring out which ones are or are not vulgar or obscene.
You're wanting to remove all the books?
Not every book in the library, no, just the ones that are obscene.
Do you have a list that you could provide us?
Yes, I will supply a list.
I'll second that.
Oh, there's not this is a report only.
Oh, I thought you made a motion. I'm sorry.
No, if, what we can do is if you want to provide a list, then we could put that on a future agenda.
I'll have that done in January. I'll get the list.
And I would say just is just a point, I think as a district, we do want to resolve this, speaking on behalf of every administrator in the room, and probably community members, because I know there are a few of you that are ready to have this behind you too. The board makes policy, and the administration implements that policy. And so while we're preparing that action item, I think it would be a good idea maybe for a committee of trustees to sit down and look at our policy, because we adopted the TEA model policy, and honestly, we even see flaws in it. And that would also be a good place to start, just to avoid having any of these issues moving forward as well.
Yes, there also needs to be a definite look at what kind of books we're going to be bringing into the libraries.
I have a question. I'm sorry, Ms. Lowry. Because I didn't prepare the agenda, obviously I got to the dance late. Ms. Townsend, the language on both the issues that these two trustees have brought up, the inappropriate books, was that your language, or was that?
I'll take responsibility for that. The two items on the standard operating procedures, I listed it as one item, thinking it could be consolidated in discussion and voted on like it was. In the future, I'll make sure I take the exact verbiage and put it on the agenda that way. On the reports, the language I had, I thought it was reported as an update, not an action item. And so that was just my misunderstanding.
No, an update, but then as it came out this way, I thought it looked like it was going to need to have a discussion.
And we can have that fixed by January.
I believe, we'll go into executive session at, oh my gosh, it's been years since we've gone this late. At the time is 9:47, and we'll go into a brief executive session under, discussion of personnel. 551074, discussion of officers, employees, and personnel matters. No action taken from the executive meeting, and this meeting is adjourned. Good night and Merry Christmas to all of you.